Chapter 1306. Yi Shiwen's cauldron smashed down, directly shattering countless air, causing the air to distort, but it did not fall on the bodies of these 5 fierce beasts. Instead, it directly smashed on the huge claw of the fierce beast with amazing defensive power. At this critical moment, this fierce beast made its move and simply did not care about the cost to stop Yi Shiwen. Crack! There was a very loud sound of bones breaking. This fierce beast's entire small mountain-like claw was directly smashed by Yi Shiwen. However, this fierce beast did not even roar. It was originally a dead thing, but now it was just a puppet being controlled by someone. Although it only blocked Yi Shiwen for a moment, but it had won enough time for these 5 fierce beasts. These 5 fierce beasts had instantly attacked in front of Yi Shiwen, and the other 3 extremely fast fierce beasts had also turned back, waiting for an opportunity to attack. At this time, Tingyang sneered as he looked at Yi Shiwen from a distance. His injuries had almost recovered during this time. Although it was not as good as Phoenix regeneration technique, but it was definitely a good healing power technique. This time, you are absolutely dead. Even the gods can't save you. Tingyang laughed heartily. His heart was brimming with joy. Yi Shiwen had made him extremely embarrassed several times since he had appeared out of nowhere. In fact, he had almost been beaten to death by Yi Shiwen a moment ago. The hatred in his heart couldn't be washed clean even if all the seawater was poured into it. Dang! 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 5 loud and clear rumbling sounds were heard as the attacks of these 5 ominous beasts arrived 3 feet away from Yi Shiwen. However, they were unable to advance even an inch further. At this time, a huge cauldron rose up from Yi Shiwen's body and completely covered him. It was the 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron. Although the real body was in Yi Shiwen's hands, but after practicing 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron, Yi Shiwen could automatically condense an 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron to protect his body. Although there was no way to compare with the real body, but it could automatically protect his body at a critical moment, which was enough. Bang! The entire 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron began to shatter like glass fragments, inch by inch. It was smashed by the terrifying offensive of these 5 fierce beasts on the spot. However, although the time was not very long, it had also one very valuable time for Yi Shiwen. Boom! The attacks of the 5 fierce beasts fell like a hot knife through butter, directly smashing a huge pit in the ground. The rising airflow formed a huge pillar of air in the air, sweeping up. Yi Shiwen's figure transformed into a mass of golden light and disappeared in midair. When he reappeared, he had already left the area where he had just been hit. The 8 Treasure Heaven and Earth Cauldron in his hand was also swung by his strange strength. Voila! The 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron tore the void in midair, issuing a loud and dull piercing sound. It directly smashed down towards a sudden attack of a fierce beast. At this time, the defensive fierce beast had no time to react, and was directly smashed down on the spot by Yi Shiwen. Boom! The cauldron of 8 treasures radiated an unimaginable light as it smashed into the beast. Puchi! This fierce beast was smashed into a mass of meat paste by Yi Shiwen's 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron on the spot. Although these fierce beasts had already died, and it did not matter whether they were dead or not, Yi Shiwen directly smashed them into meat paste. Ting Yang's spirit inside was also annihilated in an instant. He could not control this mass of meat paste at all. Even if he could control it, it would be useless. This mass of meat paste had long been destroyed. At this time, the 3 extremely fast fierce beasts had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. They did not expect that Yi Shiwen could actually smash this fierce beast into meat paste so easily. Yi Shiwen didn't make any superfluous movements at all. He swung the 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron in his hand directly. It drew a huge trace in the air and directly bombarded one of the vicious beasts. However, this powerful inertia didn't reduce. It directly dragged this vicious beast and bombarded another vicious beast in the air. Then the third vicious beast couldn't escape this attack and was killed on the spot. Bang! 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 These three fierce beasts were blown up by Yi Shiwen in the air and directly turned into a mass of blood mist. When Tang Yang saw this scene, his eyes were almost popping out and he was about to shed tears of blood. These fierce beasts were collected by him for many years. In order to collect these fierce beasts and refine them into the 10 vicious puppet array, he did not know how much effort he had spent, and most of his wealth was also invested in this. Now, in the blink of an eye, 4 of the 10 fierce beasts were directly smashed by Yi Shiwen. His heart was bleeding, but he knew that he could not retreat at this time. He could only kill Yi Shiwen. After killing Yi Shiwen, this valley's array could not stop him at all. At that time, he could break in and obtain the treasure. At that time, he would be rewarded by Tung Tong Tian, and any losses would be compensated in an instant. He had no other way out. At this time, he could only grit his teeth and continue to control the puppet to attack Yi Shiwen. He was like a beast that wanted to devour people, and his eyes were cold and gloomy. Yi Shiwen sneered. Without these 3 annoying flies, Yi Shiwen could wholeheartedly devote himself to the battle. However, he soon discovered that his attacks were often blocked by the 2 fierce beasts with superior defense. He could not cause any fatal threat to the other fierce beasts at all. Let me see how long you can block me. Yi Shiwen also understood the principle of breaking 1 finger was better than injuring 10 fingers. He directly chased after one of the fierce beasts on the spot. Bang! 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 Although this fierce beast's defensive power was very tyrannical, but it had no way to deal with Yi Shiwen's brute force. Soon, all the bones in its body were completely broken. If it had been replaced by a living creature, it would have died long ago. Fortunately, it was a puppet, so it was able to persist until now. Bang! Finally, this fierce beast's head was directly smashed by Yi Shiwen like an exploding watermelon. The hidden control mechanism was also smashed in an instant, and this fierce beast was quickly killed by Yi Shiwen. Damn it! At this time, Tang Yang could not care so much anymore and wanted to take action personally. Shua! His figure disappeared in an instant and then appeared in front of Yi Shiwen, and his big hand directly grabbed Yi Shiwen. A sword instantly appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand, and it grew bigger and bigger with the wind, and directly chopped towards Tang Yang in the sky. Shua! The sword light directly revealed a terrifying crack in the sky, and the crack was getting bigger and bigger. It directly spread in the direction of Tang Yang and fiercely collided with Tang Yang's big hand. Boom! Another extremely terrifying collision sound was heard, and a terrifying power instantly surged out, like layers of waves, forming a shocking air wave. On the other side, Yi Shiwen, who had blocked Tang Yang's surprise attack, held the big cauldron in his hand and directly smashed it down from the sky. Bang! Another fierce beast was smashed into meat paste by Yi Shiwen on the spot, and it slid down from the sky. Of the 10 fierce beasts, 6 had already been smashed by Yi Shiwen in a short period of time, and only 4 were left, and they could no longer organize the 10 fierce beasts' puppet array. They were simply not Yi Shiwen's opponent. Bang! 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 In just a short period of 1,000 moves, the remaining 4 fierce beast puppets could not resist at all, and were smashed into a mass of meat paste by Yi Shiwen. In particular, every time a fierce beast puppet was killed, the pressure on Yi Shiwen was reduced by a layer, and the speed of the slaughter was also faster. Old dog, I want to see what other tricks you haven't used. Yi Shiwen sneered and looked at Tang Yang. During this period of time, his aura had also slowly climbed to the peak, and the energy of the desolate blood holy fruit in his body was also being absorbed by Yi Shiwen in this continuous battle. Every time he attacked, his power would increase by a bit. This kind of change may not be seen by the people outside, but Tang Yang, who was at the scene, could completely feel this change. Huff, huff, huff! He was constantly panting, and he was unusually embarrassed. Even if he joined forces with the fierce beast puppets just now, they could not do anything to Yishiwen, and it could even be said that they were completely suppressed by Yishiwen. The horror in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Is this person really a monster? A Law Phase 8th level could suppress him like this. If he continued to grow, the danger would be unimaginable. Now it's time for you to die. Yi Shiwen waved the big cauldron in his hand, and it was very tyrannical. Want to kill me? Impossible. I want all of you to die today. At this time, Teng Yang's eyes flashed with a terrifying, murderous light. His hand clawed at the void, and suddenly a huge scroll appeared. The seals on the scroll emitted a colorful light, and a tyrannical aura fluctuated in it. Yi Shiwen, stop him! At this time, Yimo's voice instantly appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind. Yi Shiwen's body moved almost at the same time. Although he did not know what Ting Yang wanted to do, no matter what he wanted to do, it was not wrong to stop him. He shouted and directly attacked. A long sword instantly appeared in his hand, and his body moved along with the sword. His figure burst out and rushed in front of Ting Yang, not caring what he wanted to do. Immediately, the sword in his hand flashed directly. Puff! Blood instantly splashed out, and Teng Yang's head was directly cut off. Yi Shiwen could vaguely see a strange smile on Teng Yang's face, and there was a trace of shock. He did not expect Yi Shiwen to cut off his head at the last moment. Boom! Yi Shiwen had just beheaded Teng Yang, and suddenly, a tyrannical aura instantly bombarded him. He was blasted away almost without any strength to fight back, and a tyrannical figure faintly appeared in front of him. Chapter 1307. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a huge force smashing on his body. Without giving him any time to react, he was directly smashed out on the spot. His figure tore a huge crack in the air, and he flew back for hundreds of miles before he managed to offset this huge force. However, his chest still hurt faintly, and there was a feeling of suffocation. He was extremely shocked. He had now entered the 8th level of Law Manifestation Realm. His strength had long been earth-shattering. Originally a half-step Celestial Realm Intermediate Master like Teng Yang could still pose a great threat to him. But now he was not a threat at all. Now he was actually sent flying by blow. He looked up and saw an extremely tyrannical figure. It was a handsome man dressed in a purple robe, but there were 2 scales on his forehead, declaring his identity as a member of the Sea Tribe. This handsome man stood with his hands behind his back. His figure was imposing, like a pillar supporting the sky, standing between heaven and earth. His body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Seeing this man appear, the remaining Sea Clan masters knelt down in surprise. Young Master! Greetings, young Master! They originally thought that after Teng Yang was defeated, they could not escape death. They did not expect to see this man appear at this time. Yi Shiwen looked slightly surprised, hearing these people call him that. How could he not know who the man in front of him was? If he guessed correctly, this man in front of him should be Teng Yang's biggest backer, Teng Tongtian. But why is Teng Tongtian here? Didn't Teng Tongtian enter the depths of the treasure house with many celestial realm masters? And most importantly, Teng Tongtian's cultivation had already reached the celestial realm. If Yi Shiwen was hit by him, then not only would his chest hurt faintly, but he would also be seriously injured on the spot. He might even be killed on the spot. This was the real horror of Celestial Realm Masters. At that time, half-step Celestial Realm Masters could not imagine, not to mention that Yi Shiwen was only in the Law Manifestation Realm. Teng Tongtian, this is Teng Tongtian. I've seen Teng Tongtian's portrait before. In the Eastern Sea region, Teng Tongtian is a famous expert of the Sea Clan. Many young geniuses of the human clan have died in his hands. Moreover, he is ruthless and unscrupulous. He is very difficult to deal with. Jian Weibo's face actually revealed some fear. Towards Teng Yang, he only had disdain and anger. Although Teng Yang's strength was above theirs, it was impossible for him to completely crush them. However, Tung Tong Tian was different. Now that Tung Tong Tian was here, none of them would be able to escape. Yan Feiyang's face also turned pale. He was a genius of the Devil Clan, but he was not ignorant. Some people could not be provoked, and Tung Tong Tian was one of them. Tung Tong Tian had entered the heaven realm many years ago, and his power was unfathomable. He was almost invincible. The faces of Yi Feng and the others became even more solemn. No, Yi Shiwen, this is not a physical entity. This is a group of energy imprints. Yi Mo's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Shiwen's mind. Hearing Yi Mo's words, Yi Shiwen took a closer look. It was not a physical entity at all, but a group of energy. In other words, it was an energy entity attached to a trace of Tung Tongtian's spirit. Yi Shiwen immediately understood. It should be released from Tung Yang's scroll, just now. No wonder Ting Yang had such a strange smile on his face, just now. Perhaps in his opinion, Yi Shiwen and the others would be dead after releasing this wisp of Tung Yang's clone. That was a terrifying existence that was completely different from him. However, he did not expect that although he released the spirit clone, he did not survive that period of time and was beheaded by Yi Shiwen. Although it was not Tung Tongtian himself, this primordial spirit, doppelganger, still had the terrifying power of the peak of the late stage of the celestial realm. However, there was a fundamental difference between this doppelganger and the original body of the celestial realm. If the real body of the heaven realm came in person, they would really die one by one. Perhaps Yi Shiwen could still escape with the demon wings, but the others would really die. Now it was only the peak of the half-step heaven realm. It was still within an order of magnitude. There was still a way to deal with it. If it was really not possible, I will even swallow the other desolate blood divine fruit and make a breakthrough. Yi Shiwen's heart was slightly fierce. If he was forced to a dead end, then he could only do this and try to break through again in the battle. Although it was somewhat a pity to use the desolate blood divine fruit now, at that level, what else could he do? What the hell is going on? Tung Tongtian stood with his hands behind his back, full of power. Even if it was not his real body, he still had an invincible posture that ordinary people could not have. Seeing Tung Tongtian, the experts of the sea race seemed to have found their backbone. They hurriedly told him what had happened just now. Tung Tongtian frowned and shouted coldly, "A group of trash can't even do such a simple thing? Master, please forgive us. Master, please calm down." Seeing that Tung Tongtian was angry, the Sea Clan masters immediately trembled and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. These Sea Clan masters were also experts on ordinary days, but in front of Tung Tongtian they were like the most humble servants kneeling on the ground, for fear that Tung Tongtian would directly kill all of them if he was unhappy. Tung Tongtian did not have the mood to say anything to these trash in his eyes. He did not even look at Tung Yang, who was beheaded. Dead people had no value, and it was unnecessary to look at them. He looked at Yi Shiwen. At the last moment when he came out, he saw Yi Shiwen cut off Tung Yang's head with a sword. His eyes flashed with a bit of interest. "Who are you?" Tung Tongtian said. "When did the Yi clan have such an outstanding genius?" Yi Shiwen did not act pretentiously and stood up. The injuries on his body were also almost healed. "I will remember you. The Yi clan once had such a genius," Tung Tongtian said faintly. He played it down as if he was simply talking about what to eat today, but the cold, murderous intention in his words made people shudder. But this is it. There are too many geniuses in this world. Those who can't grow up are all dog sh*t. Tung Tongtian said coldly, "Today all of you will die. Snatching my things, you are courting death." Tung Tongtian spread out his palm, and suddenly countless spiritual energies condensed in his hand, forming a long spear. The long spear rotated crazily on his palm, absorbing countless spiritual energies as it rotated. As it absorbed more and more spiritual energies, the long spear also grew against the wind. Soon, it grew from an inch long to more than 10 feet long, and it was still growing crazily. In just a few breaths, the long spear had soared to more than 100 feet long. Tung Tong Tian opened his palm and held the long spear in his hand. Then, the blue veins on his arm bulged, and he suddenly threw the spear. Xiao! A sharp, piercing sound instantly spread out, with the spear as the core, tearing out a terrifying sound wave, instantly setting off a frenzy of energy, sweeping out in all directions. Those experts who were watching from afar only felt that the terrifying energy frenzy blasted on their bodies, pushing them back little by little. Otherwise, they might have been seriously injured. And those experts of the Sea clan who were close were sent flying in an instant, all of them severely injured. Whether they were in the Transcendence realm or half a step into the Celestial Being realm, there was no difference. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Even an ordinary expert in the late stage of the Celestial Being realm could not possess this kind of terrifying combat power. It was precisely because Tung Tong Tian was an expert in the Celestial Being realm that his primordial spirit, doppelganger, had some means that only experts in the Celestial Being realm could have. And the speed of this long spear was even faster than this ear-piercing sound. The long spear had rushed in front of Yi Shiwen's face in an instant, about to shoot his head directly. Then, a sharp piercing sound was heard. It could be seen that the speed of this long spear had directly surpassed the speed of sound, fast to the extreme. There was nothing fancy about it, only speed. When it reached the pinnacle of speed, it could also kill everything in the world. At this moment, it seemed like it was going to break the sky. The entire sky collapsed along with the spear. Yi Shiwen was already prepared. Although he knew that this was only a trace of spirit avatar and not the real body, he did not have the slightest bit of carelessness. Although Tung Tongtian's attack was sudden, he did not panic. This spear was fast, but his speed was not slow. The demon wings behind him spread out directly, and directly turned into a group of golden light and disappeared in mid-air. Shwa! The long spear directly penetrated the group of golden light, but it did not directly pierce through Yi Shiwen's head as expected. It directly penetrated, and then directly blasted on the killing array at the outermost periphery of the valley. Boom! The killing array that the Sea clan expert had set up could not stop this spear at all. It was penetrated by the spear on the spot, directly collapsed, and turned into a group of nothingness. The long spear's momentum did not decrease, and it directly fell from the sky, immediately falling on the protection array of the valley. Boom! Compared with the killing array outside, the great array above the valley could not resist for a while at all. It also shattered on the spot like a mirror and instantly turned into a group of smoke and dust. Boom! 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 Yi Feng and the others finally could not bear the terrifying power of this long spear. Even though there was a great array to offset most of the power, they were still blasted out on the spot. They spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered serious injuries. The power of this spear was actually so great. Chapter 1308. This spear had completely destroyed the two magic arrays in an instant. It turned out that the Sea race experts had used these magic arrays to trap Yi Qianqian and her group. However, they had been easily destroyed by him. Perhaps these things weren't important to him. He didn't need to rely on these killing arrays to trap these people with his strength. He could have directly slaughtered them all. This would have saved him a lot of effort. His expression was ice cold. There wasn't the slightest change in his expression. He just looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise. He hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would have been able to dodge that attack. Others might not have been clear about that attack, but he was very clear about it. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to dodge it, even if he hadn't used his full strength. Sure enough, he had some tricks up his sleeves. A huge crater had appeared in the valley, and in the middle of the crater, a delicate figure was sitting cross-legged. In front of her, an ice-cold long sword was bobbing up and down in front of her. It was Yi Qianqian. Suddenly, Yi Qianqian's body spurted out a divine law. These divine chains linked up and locked the long sword within them. The chains moved up and down along with her breathing. She was refining this long sword. This long sword's entire body was snow white. It seemed as if it had been cast out of ice crystals. All the sharpness was locked. Although the shape was a little strange, it was ordinary at their level of cultivation, which one of them didn't have eyes and hands that could reach the heavens. How could they be fooled by a mere appearance? Snow jade sword. Ting Tong Tian faintly said, Yi Qian Qian, I've heard some things about you. There are rumors that you're the reincarnation of an ancient goddess. However, you'd better be sensible. Don't talk about whether you're the reincarnation of an ancient goddess or not. Even if an ancient goddess dares to appear in front of me, I'll still kill her. I'll let you go today if you hand over the snow jade sword. Otherwise, none of you will leave. Tung Tong Tian, don't you use a spear? Why can't you forget about the snow jade sword? A crisp and cold voice came from the crater. It was Yi Qian Qian. The snow jade sword is an important treasure of an ancient sect. A small part of the reason why I came to this treasure vault this time is for the snow jade sword. As for using a spear, that's not a big deal. With my martial arts realm, I can understand one thing and 100 things. Sword Dao is just a piece of cake for me. He did not take Yi Qian Qian's words to heart. Yi Qian Qian, don't think I don't know. You are trying to delay me so that you can have the chance to refine this snow jade sword. However, it is useless. This snow jade sword is extremely difficult to refine even for a sky-tier cultivator. After so many years, no one has been able to succeed. You are no exception. Only in my hands will you be able to shine. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that Yi Qian Qian was stalling for time. Some of them guessed it, but what surprised them even more was that Tung Tong Tian didn't do anything, even though he knew that Yi Qian Qian was stalling for time. It was as if he didn't care at all. Or rather, he was certain that Yi Qian Qian would never be able to refine the snow jade sword. In his eyes, there was only Yi Qian Qian in the pit. Finally, he ignored everyone else. Yi Feng and the others were also taking advantage of this time to heal their injuries. Tung Tong Tian didn't care about them. He was extremely confident. Yi Shiwen was on the side. He was completely on guard. He was ready to make a move at any time. His attention was diverted to Yi Qian Qian's direction. It turned out that Yi Qian Qian was refining a precious treasure. Although he didn't know the origin of the snow jade sword, it must be a precious sword with an extraordinary origin if it could make Yi Qian Qian and Ting Tong Tian pay so much attention to it. It was just that he couldn't see what kind of brilliance it had. It might be that Yi Qian Qian had covered up all the brilliance. So what if I give you a little more time? You should be very clear that it is impossible for you to refine the snow jade sword in such a short period of time. Even if I give you 100 years, you still won't be able to refine it. Ting Tong Tian didn't directly attack. This was a huge discrepancy with his decisive character. It seemed as if he was afraid of something. He looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Feng and the others were ignoring him. It was as if they were looking at an ant. They were still talking to him at this time. Stalling for time? The person who is stalling for time is not me. It's you. Yi Qian Qian finally spoke again. Her cold eyes looked at Tung Tong Tian and said, You are waiting for your main body to come. It has been a long time since you were released. I think your main body should have received the news. You should be waiting for him to come. Everyone was startled. Was it like this? This was completely different from their previous speculation. It was not Yi Qian Qian who was stalling for time. It was Tung Tong Tian who was stalling for time. This was not logical. Although Tung Tong Tian was only a little spirit avatar now, in terms of strength, he was absolutely the best among all the experts under the celestial realm. It should be others who were afraid of him. He shouldn't be afraid of others. However, looking at Tung Tong Tian's appearance, he didn't have any intention to refute. However, everything made sense if this was the case. No wonder Tung Tong Tian had been nagging for so long even though he had destroyed the Great Formation. It seemed that he was afraid of something. What was he afraid of? Unfortunately, it's useless. At this time, Yi Qianshan stood upright in midair. Her slender hand directly grabbed the snow jade sword. Boom! The snow jade sword suddenly swept out with a terrifying cold aura. It condensed into a huge pillar of qi and shot up into the sky. Everywhere it passed, the entire sky turned into a world of ice crystals. The cold aura instantly swept up a gust of cold wind. It turned into a bone-cutting steel knife and directly blew towards everyone. You. Tung Tongtian saw Yi Qianshan grab the snow jade sword, and his expression suddenly changed. At this time, Yi Qianshan was like a goddess of ice and snow. With her body as the center, a huge snowstorm formed and gradually surrounded her whole body. Impossible, you can't really refine the snow jade sword. Tung Tongtian's face, which was originally calm like an ancient well, now showed a trace of panic. This expression on his face, which was abnormally strong just now, was especially eye-catching. It's indeed impossible for me to refine the snow jade sword in such a short period of time. However, it's more than enough to kill you. Yi Qianshan's expression was ice-cold. Her slender hand completely grasped the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, her hand was completely frozen. Moreover, a shocking sword qi swept out from the snow jade sword. It was cold, merciless, and made people despair. Everyone looked at the snow jade sword in panic. Just the power of the snow jade sword alone had already caused such a strange phenomenon. If they waited until it was completely refined by Yi Qianshan, no one knew how terrifying the scene would be. At this time, everyone seemed to understand why Tung Tongtian, who had a strong personality, actually had to talk to stall for time. This treasured sword was really incomparably terrifying. What a powerful long sword! Yi Zhilan looked at the snow jade sword in Yi Qianshan's hand enviously. All along, she had always been the focus of everyone's envy because she had a heaven-grade celestial device. However, now, compared to the snow jade sword in Yi Qianshan's hand, her May piercer was simply nothing. That's great. Now that the master has obtained the snow jade sword, his strength has increased tremendously. When we return, he will be able to sweep through the entire Clear Moon Temple and get rid of those filthy things. Yi Yanru's eyes lit up. Compared to these women, the eyes of Yan Feiyang and Jian Weibo were much dimmer. They were both Yi Qianshan's admirers, but just by looking at the scene in front of them, how could they not know that the gap between them and Yi Qianshan was getting bigger and bigger? In the past, they could still be her admirers, but in the future, they were afraid that it wouldn't be long before they didn't even have the qualifications to look up to her. They were all smart elites. When they thought of this, their faces became slightly gloomy. Perhaps such a heavenly woman was really the reincarnation of an ancient goddess. She shouldn't be someone that ordinary people could covet. My Yi family is going to have another extraordinary person. Yi Feng looked at Yi Qianshan's figure and couldn't help but say, although he was also Yi Qianshan's admirer, he was also a member of the Yi family. At this time, the stronger Yi Qianshan was, the more benefits it would bring to the entire Yi family. What a powerful sword! I'm afraid it's far more than just a heaven-grade celestial device. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and said, judging from the aura emitted by this snow jade sword, it was far more tyrannical than the 8 treasures heaven cauldron that Yi Shiwen had mastered. It even had some of the destructive aura of the emergent's immortal exterminating saber and the true martial stone sword that Yi Shiwen had seen in the past. It could no longer be considered as a power that ordinary people possessed. However, it was different from Emergent's immortal exterminating saber and true martial stone sword. Emergent's immortal exterminating saber and true martial stone sword were worshipped by Emergent School and true martial school day and night. In other words, they were always in a state of consecration. They could erupt with powerful combat power at any time. Their aura was very frightening and terrifying. However, this snow jade sword seemed to have been silent for many years. It might be because the original owner had passed away for many years, and no one had subdued it again. Therefore, it fell into a deep sleep and placed layers of seals on itself. This made the snow jade sword much easier to control. It was far better than the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber in Yi Shiwen's hands. Although Emergent's immortal exterminating saber was extremely powerful, it was also more difficult to control. It should be said that there was no way to control it at all. With Yi Shiwen's current cultivation, he didn't have the correct sacrificial method. Forcefully controlling the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber made Yi Shiwen unable to use it at the most critical moment. He couldn't be like the snow jade sword. Although its power needed to be recovered step by unlocking the seal, it was still within his control. Chapter 1309. In other words, although Yi Qianshan could not fully exert its power, she could still control it. Yi Shiwen's Emergent's immortal exterminating saber could exert its full power, but he could not fully control it. Whoosh! Yi Qianshan completely grasped the snow jade sword in her hand. The burst of sword light made her beautiful face look even whiter. Yi Qianshan's appearance reminded Yi Shiwen of the scene in the Blood World when she blocked all the enemies in front of him when he was in seclusion. I'm only guarding him. What does the others have to do with me? Yi Qianshan, do you really want to do this? I advise you to think about it carefully. Tung Tongtian's expression changed. He could no longer maintain his calm expression. He was very clear about the terrifying power of the snow jade sword. Even if he only grasped a little of it, it was enough to be fatal. Therefore, he wanted to delay time and wait for his main body to arrive. As long as his main body arrived, then everything would be easily solved. In front of the main body of the celestial realm, Yi Qianshan was nothing, even if she had the snow jade sword. Long-winded, Yi Qianshan said coldly. She slashed the Milky Way in her hand. Under the enhancement of the snow jade sword, her sword aura instantly turned into a blizzard, sweeping all the way. Everywhere it passed, there was a world of ice crystals. It was extremely majestic. Tung Tongtian flipped his hands, and a silver-white spear appeared in his hand. He suddenly stabbed with the spear. A mountain-like aura erupted from his hand, turning into a monstrous scene. The spear instantly pierced through the sky, piercing the universe, and was about to destroy the ice crystal sword aura. Boom! A terrifying collision sounded. The aura that splashed out from the spear in Tung Tongtian's hand broke through several layers of ice crystal sword aura, but soon it was drowned by countless ice crystal sword aura. Bang! The vast ice snow sword chi instantly blasted on his long spear. The huge force almost tore the webbing between his thumb and index finger. His palm was already a bloody mess. Thump, thump, thump. He continued to retreat, each step shattering the void. After retreating for more than 100 meters, he was barely able to dissipate the huge force. His expression became serious. He did not care about his cracked palm at all. He never thought that he would be cut by Yi Qianshan's sword. He had used all his strength to block Yi Qianshan's casual attack, but he still ended up like this. Had Yi Qianshan and the snow jade sword really reached such a level? Tung Tongtian wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the experts who were secretly watching couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene. They couldn't believe that Yi Qianshan had become so powerful. She was able to force Tung Tongtian to such a state with just one sword strike. No wonder she didn't care about Tung Tongtian at all. Perhaps only the reward from his real body could make Yi Qianshan fear him. It was no wonder that Tung Tongtian was trying his best to stall for time. This sword was indeed terrifying. However, it was Yi Qianshan's cultivation that truly made Yi Shiwen raise his eyebrows. The snow jade sword had contributed a lot. However, it was her tyrannical strength that had made Tung Tongtian suffer a loss. Half-step, celestial realm late stage. Yi Shiwen didn't expect Yi Qianqian's cultivation to be so powerful after such a long time. Not only did she enter the half-step celestial realm from the 9th level of the law manifestation realm, but she also rushed to the peak of the half-step celestial realm late stage. Not only did she leave Yi Feng and the others far behind, but even Yi Shiwen couldn't catch up with her speed. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally understood why Yi Qianqian could be famous in the Yi family and even the entire ancient Barrens continent. When Yi Shiwen first saw Yi Qianqian, it was when she was at her lowest, so he didn't feel it. However, now he really saw her shining brilliance, like a goddess who had fallen to the mortal world. Yi Qianqian is indeed the proud daughter of the Yi family who has been famous for many years. Her cultivation is so powerful. Even Tung Tongtian's spirit avatar can't do anything to her. This is great. The situation seems to be completely reversed. At that moment, Yi Qianqian made her move. The snow jade sword in her hand had completely retracted its frightening power. Perhaps with Yi Qianqian's rich true essence, it was impossible for her to use the snow jade sword in such a state. However, even if she didn't use the snow jade sword in that state, it was already terrifying enough. Whoosh! Her figure was like a phantom as she attacked forward. Tung Tongtian only saw a blur for a moment, and Yi Qianqian had already rushed in front of him. The sword aura slashed down, and they seemed to transform into beautiful goddesses. They turned into a torrent and swept over. Yi Qianqian's figure was mixed among these beautiful figures. Real and fake, fake and real. Tung Tongtian's expression suddenly changed. He understood that this move was not so simple. If he couldn't distinguish whether it was real or fake in time, he might not even know when he was stabbed to death. The power in his hand instantly burst out. Torrential storm of rose flowers. He pointed out that the sky was filled with spear radiance, and his whole body danced from head to toe. No matter which sword was real and which was fake, he just had to defend against them. At the same time, countless boundaries spread out around his body. Layer by layer, like a barrier, they protected him. He had rarely been so serious. Although it wasn't his real body, he didn't care about anyone except experts in the celestial realm. However, Yi Qianqian was an exception. She had the ability to hurt him and even kill him. Boom! 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 The sword aura and the spear aura collided at every moment. Countless sword aura and spear aura bombarded each other, causing continuous explosions in the sky. A sword from the west. Yi Qianqian said coldly. A cold light directly penetrated the layers of spear aura. When the spear aura came into contact with this cold light, it was like brine touching tofu. It completely collapsed, unable to resist Yi Qianqian's sword aura. Bang! 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 Yi Qianqian's sword aura broke through the boundaries on his body one after another, completely collapsing. There was no luck at all. It seemed like she could completely suppress Tung Tongtian with her own strength. At this time, Tung Tongtian had already noticed the cold light from Yi Qianqian. He quickly retreated while fighting. He could already feel the threat Yi Qianqian posed to him. At this time, he finally understood that Yi Qianqian was far from simple. Even without the snow jade sword, just based on the methods she displayed, she was probably far above him. He began to feel terrified. Although he was not in his original body, it was precisely because his original body was an expert in the celestial realm. Therefore, in reality, he also had some of the power and methods of an expert in the celestial realm, which made ordinary experts half a step into the late stage of the celestial realm not a match for him at all. They could be completely killed by him in 2 or 3 moves. However, Yi Qianqian was even more tyrannical than him. This had to be said to be an anomaly. With this kind of cultivation, she could completely compare with some of those geniuses. Those people were all 1 in a million geniuses. Although each of them was only half a step into the late stage of the celestial realm, they all had their own special methods. Even if an expert in the celestial realm attacked, they might not be able to eliminate them. Had Yi Qianqian already reached this level? Many such thoughts popped up in his mind in an instant. It's just a sparkling light, Yi Qianqian said coldly. I just didn't want to attack before, but you were too aggressive. Now it's time for you to pay the price. The cold light in her hand swept out countless snowstorms again. In an instant, hundreds of miles were frozen. Oh no! Ting Tong Tian had no time to dodge at all. He had been completely bombarded by the snowstorm, and his whole body turned into a huge ice sculpture. However, it followed closely behind. Boom! With a loud explosion, the huge ice sculpture directly exploded on the spot. The snowstorm could only freeze him for a moment. However, Yi Qianqian only wanted this moment. That was enough. A cold light had instantly fallen on Tung Tongtian's body. Tung Tongtian, who had just broken out of the ice sculpture, was still a little numb. He had no time to react and was hit on the spot. Yi Qianqian, you will definitely regret this, Tung Tongtian shouted. There was no fear in his eyes, only a look of madness. After all, he was just a wisp of spirit, not the real body at all. Therefore, it did not matter whether he died or not. My real body will definitely not let you go. Then let's wait for him to come. Yi Qianqian's expression did not change in the slightest, let alone look threatened. Not only did the sword in her hand not slow down, but it also slashed down at a faster speed. Uft! Tung Tongtian's whole body was directly split in the middle. He did not turn into a bloody pulp, but directly turned into two groups of energy on the spot. He was split in the middle, and Tung Tongtian's spirit attached to it was annihilated in an instant. It was just a sword, but Tung Tongtian was completely killed. Although it was only a wisp of spirit, it was enough to shock the surroundings. The warriors of the various races who were watching from afar also looked at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. They were a little dumbfounded looking at Tung Tongtian's clone that had been cut in half. No matter which race the experts were from, it was impossible for them not to have heard of Tung Tongtian's prestige. They also knew that he was an expert in the celestial realm. For them, taking the initiative to provoke an expert in the celestial realm was simply unthinkable. It was simply a dead end. How could ordinary people dare to do it? However, Yi Qianqian did it, and she was so straightforward. Chapter 1310. Everyone looked at Yi Qianqian in a daze, as if they had seen a ghost. Now that Yi Qianqian has killed Tung Tongtian's avatar, how can Tung Tongtian let it go? But this is really hard to say. Tung Tongtian is strong, but the Yi family is not a pushover. There are also many masters in the family. Another huge collision. Ha ha ha. This is much more interesting. Many people were talking about it. Yi Qianqian just calmly put away the snow jade sword. The power of the snow jade sword was far beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone could see that although Yi Qianqian's strength was still above Tung Tongtian's soul incarnation, she could kill him so easily and neatly because she borrowed the power of the snow jade sword. Sister Qianqian, you are too powerful. The little girl Yi Zhilan jumped out and shouted. When the experts of the sea race saw that even their biggest backer, Tung Tongtian, had been killed with a single sword strike, they were immediately scared out of their wits and hurriedly fled. Yi Qianqian did not have the intention to kill them all. These people were just small fries. With the death of Tung Yang and Tung Tongtian's primordial spirit, they were not important anymore. They were just trivial matters. The onlookers also dispersed at this time. They didn't dare to continue watching. After all, Yi Qianqian looked incomparably cold. If she was in a bad mood and killed all of them, then they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Even if Yi Qianqian didn't kill them, just Yi Shiwen alone was enough to make them die without a burial place. They had seen Yi Shiwen's strength just now. Ting Yang was not his opponent at all. Yi Shiwen came in front of Yi Qianqian and smiled. I did not expect you to reach the peak of half-step celestial realm in one fell swoop. It seems that you are not far from the celestial realm. How can it be so easy? Half-step celestial realm is only half a step away from the celestial realm. However, this half-step is like a moat. Yi Qianqian shook her head. She was not very confident in her heart. Not only Yi Qianqian, but even Yi Feng and the others also nodded. Anyway, your progress is really scary. You're definitely using a cheat code. Yi Shiwen looked at her beautiful face and said, "You're not really the reincarnation of a goddess, are you?" "What do you think?" Yi Qianqian chuckled, revealing a mischievous expression. They had never seen such a side to Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian had always been cold and aloof, but now she revealed such a mischievous expression. However, it only lasted for a moment before it immediately restrained itself. This caused everyone to think that they had seen wrongly. "Do you want to find a place to undergo closed-door training and refine the snow jade sword first?" Yi Shiwen asked. "We can't stay here for long. Once Tung Tongtian arrives, it will be bad." "That's not necessary. This snow jade sword, as Tung Tongtian said just now, with my current skill, it is impossible to completely refine it, even if I sacrifice for 100 years. Yi Qianqian shook her head and said. Yi Shiwen did not speak. He agreed with this statement because he also had the emergence immortal exterminating saber. With his skill, it was impossible to refine the emergence immortal exterminating saber in 100 years or even a few hundred years because his realm was still too low. In the past, the emergent school could control the emergence immortal exterminating saber because of the special sacrificial method left by the ancestors who refined the emergence immortal exterminating saber. Even so, every time it was used, it still required countless resources. Instead of spending all the time on sacrificial refining the emergence immortal exterminating saber, it was better to concentrate on cultivation. When the cultivation increased, sacrificial refining the emergence immortal exterminating saber would be a matter of time. Then, where are we going next? Yi Zhilan asked. I will return to Yi family immediately. Yi Qianqian said, with our strength, we have basically obtained everything in the treasure house. If we continue, it is very likely that Ting Tong Tian will find us. Qian Qian is right. With our strength, it is impossible for us to continue. If we go further in, it will be the battlefield of many heaven-tier experts. With our strength, there is only death waiting for us. Yi Feng said. Everyone nodded. They knew their own strength very well, although they knew that the real treasures were still inside. With their strength, if they insisted on it, it would be an extremely dangerous thing. They were not completely ignorant of the terror of heaven-tier experts. They were all learned from their families and had a very deep understanding of heaven-tier experts. Yi Qianqian might still have some chance. If she fished in troubled waters, she might have a chance to obtain some great treasures, but they would not have such a chance at all. Their strength was too far apart. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen because he was the only one who hadn't expressed his position yet. In other words, compared to everyone else, Yi Shiwen was more or less drifting away from this small group. They couldn't make decisions on behalf of Yi Shiwen. And most importantly, Yi Shiwen was different from them. From the beginning, he was completely different from them. What they were worried about, Yi Shiwen might not worry about. Sure enough, when Yi Shiwen opened his mouth, I will choose to stay first, Yi Shiwen said. Yi Shiwen did not explain the reason, but everyone did not seem to be surprised. Among these people, Yi Shiwen had always been a maverick. They might not have thought highly of Yi Shiwen's strength, but after witnessing the Battle of Qilingtingyang, they had seen that Yi Shiwen's strength was above everyone else's. Although he was not as strong as Yi Qianqian, but he was still far stronger than them. I will stay too. Suddenly, Yi Qianqian suddenly changed her mind and said. Everyone looked at Yi Qianqian in astonishment. Even Yi Shiwen was no exception. They did not know why Yi Qianqian suddenly changed her mind. Yan Feiyang and Jian Weibo looked at Yi Qianqian and Yi Shiwen. The meaning in their eyes was difficult to understand. However, Yi Feng looked at them thoughtfully. Then I will also stay, Yi Zhilan opened her mouth and said, "Nonsense, why do you want to stay? Everyone can see that the house master and Yi Shiwen are very strong. You will only become a burden to them if you stay." At this time, Yi Yanru opened her mouth and said. Yi Zhilan thought for a moment and felt that this was indeed the case. Then, she nodded in a somewhat depressed manner. Since they'd already made their decision, they didn't stay any longer because they knew very well that Ting Tong Tian would very likely appear soon. If they didn't leave now and were targeted by Ting Tong Tian, then only death awaited them. Soon, after everyone had left, only Yi Qianqian and Yi Shiwen were left. "Why do you want to stay?" Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and said, "Your strength is not as good as mine. If you want to stay, why can't I?" Yi Qianqian asked in reply, "I naturally have my own means. If I encounter Ting Tong Tian, even if I can't defeat him, I can still escape." Yi Shiwen frowned and said, "Don't look down on me." Yi Qianqian wrinkled her nose and said with a somewhat mischievous look, "Where are you going next?" Yi Qianqian asked, "I am waiting for the real treasure house to start spitting out divine objects. Then, I will see if I can snatch one or two of them. Then I will escape unscathed." Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said. Yi Qianqian looked at Yi Shiwen with her beautiful eyes. She did not expect him to be so ambitious. This treasure house was known as an entire world. There were many treasures and divine objects in it. However, the essence of the entire treasure house was in the deepest part of the treasure house, the inner treasury. The inner treasury was not as big as the outer treasury of the entire world. However, the true essence of the treasure house was concentrated in the inner treasury. Whenever the entire treasure house was about to close, it would start spitting out some divine objects, treasures, or heavenly treasures. Now, many heavenly treasures, including the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, the snow jade sword, and so on, were spat out like this. Therefore, a large number of experts would gather in front of the entire treasure house every time this time. They would start waiting for the treasure house to spit out many divine objects. If they could intercept 1 or 2 of them, then they would really make a fortune. Just like the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, and the snow jade sword, any one of them could be called a priceless treasure in the outside world. Those who were weak could only search the entire outer treasury for the divine objects that the treasure house had spat out last time. If they were lucky, they could pick up 1 or 2 of them. That would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. If one's luck wasn't exceptionally good, it would be utterly impossible to find it. The 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, was created because a senior of the Yi clan had followed the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, all the way to the Rotten Water River. However, he wasn't able to subdue the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron in time. He could only suppress the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, in a hasty manner. Later, the letter that recorded this matter had passed through several hands and ended up in the hands of Yi Xing. He then brought people to hunt for the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron. If Yi Shiwen hadn't acted at this time, perhaps Yi Xing would have succeeded in the end. In that case, he would undoubtedly be like a tiger that had grown wings. His strength would have greatly increased. Even if Yi Shiwen's combat power was stronger than his, perhaps Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to injure him. However, this was only an assumption because the 8 treasures universe cauldron had fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands in the end. Therefore, for those truly ambitious people, the first 2 years of the treasure house's operation were just a formality. Those who were lucky enough to obtain 1 or 2 treasures like Yi Shiwen or Yi Qianqian were already very lucky. Most people were tempering themselves, improving their strength, and improving their condition to the best state, waiting for the final feast of the divine objects. A sumptuous feast. Chapter 1311. So, this is what you are waiting for. Yi Qianqian glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, "N." Yi Shiwen said, "The previous ones are just appetizers. These divine objects are the real feast. But it's a bit strange. I don't know how many times these divine objects have been spat out, but I don't see this treasure house really drying up. Yi Shiwen found this very strange. According to Yi Xing's memories, this treasure trove had been opened hundreds of times. It had spanned nearly 10 million years. However, no matter how many times it had been opened, he had never seen this treasure trove dry up. No matter how many divine objects were spat out, it was still the same. This made Yi Shiwen a little curious. In fact, there were many extremely tyrannical celestial realm masters in history who had also entered the treasure house and tried to directly take away the treasure house. However, without exception, none of them succeeded. According to historical records, there were many tyrannical masters like the Yi, clan master, and this was only in the open, let alone in the dark. It was unknown how many experts had tried in secret, because very few people could resist the temptation of this treasury. It was already unknown how many divine objects had been spat out in the past countless years. All of them added up could definitely be called an astronomical amount of wealth. Even for the Yi clan, if they could obtain this treasure house and those divine objects, their strength would be more than doubled. But it was a pity that over the years no one could do it. So in the end, it slowly evolved into a place for some young masters to compete. Although a lot of divine objects would be spat out every time, it was impossible to really attract masters like the Yi, clan master, to come. It was more like several forces had a tacit understanding with each other. They would not let too powerful masters enter, and it was regarded as a place for young disciples to gain experience. This treasure house has a history, Yi Qianshan said. There was a rumor that this was the divine kingdom of a certain god. Yi Shiwen was startled when he heard this. He couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Yi Mo had once said that the so-called divine kingdom of a deity was formed by the condensation of one's own domain. However, Yi Shiwen's current strength was limited to a few hundred to 1,000 miles. So, the might of his domain would be reduced to the minimum. But if this was a divine kingdom, it was too big. The size of this world was almost not inferior to Zhen Wujie. Although the strength and prosperity of a world could not be judged by the size of the area, this was just a wandering half-bit wall. Even if it was big, it could not change this fact. Zhen Wujie's martial arts level was far inferior to the world in this treasure house, but it was still a main plane. Yi Qianshan said, "So, this treasury is very likely to be the private treasury of a god. The power of a god is not something we can imagine. If it is really as the rumors say, then it is not surprising." Yi Shiwen nodded. If it was really like the rumors, then he would not be the slightest bit curious, even if it was a few times more bizarre. God, that was a synonym for ancient times. But even if they want to compete for these divine objects, I am afraid that there will be a lot of masters present. I am afraid that when the time comes, all the celestial realm masters in the treasure house will be gathered there. Yi Qianshan said. This was a sumptuous feast. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't the only one who knew about this feast. It wasn't like the martial arts tablet, which was suppressed to only a few people. Instead, it was a secret known by almost everyone. As for the opportunity, it was only in the last short period of time. How much they could get would depend on their own ability. At that time, it would be another reign of terror. Because no matter how many divine objects and magic treasures there were, they were not enough to be distributed among the people who were eyeing them covetously. In short, there were too many monks and not enough gruel. There were many people competing for it, but there were few divine objects. So the competition for every divine object might be stained with blood. I know, but you can rest assured that I won't force it. Yi Shiwen said. Although he wanted to get a share of the Taoyue's feast, he didn't have any plans to court death. He wouldn't take the risk easily. But if we also go to the palace treasury, I am afraid that we will encounter Tung Tung Tian. Are you prepared for this? Yi Qianshan asked. So we will not go to the palace treasury during this time to avoid being caught by Tung Tung Tian. At the last moment, we will rush to the palace treasury. At that time, Ting Tong Tian should not be able to care about us. Yi Shiwen faintly said. All the plans were in order. Obviously, he had thought about this matter before. Although he didn't know many things, he had learned a lot from Yi Xing. Since he knew about the existence of the palace treasury, Yi Shiwen had been planning this matter. Yi Qianqian nodded. This was undoubtedly the safest way to do it. In the remaining 1 year or so, I plan to go to the space channel. I need the space turbulence there to temper my body, Yi Shiwen said without concealing anything. For others, he might still have reservations, but for Yi Qianqian he would not. The reason was also very simple. Yi Qianqian had seen him at his weakest and protected him at his weakest. She was already different from others. He believed in Yi Qianqian. After confirming, Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian immediately stepped on a conveyance light and went in the direction of the space channel. Not long after the two of them left, a terrifying figure appeared directly at the scene, tearing the void on the spot. The speed was extremely fast. If Yi Qianqian had not killed Tung Tongtian quickly and left, she might have been directly blocked by his deity. Damn it! This person was Tung Tongtian. His body exuded a terrifying aura, and even the sky trembled slightly. His entire body merged with the sky, like a god standing in the void. The wisp of primordial spirit just now was not even 1% of his original body's power. The snow jade sword has fallen into the hands of Yi Qianqian. This is a bit troublesome. Yi Qianqian is rumored to be the reincarnation of an ancient goddess. She also has the attention of many higher-ups in the Yi family. If she does not come out, there is really no way to deal with her. Tung Tongtian frowned and said to himself, Damn bitch! If I could get the snow jade sword, my current strength would have improved by leaps and bounds. Even if I were to compete with Yi Qiong of the southern tyrant heavens, I would not be at a disadvantage. Tung Tongtian said slightly gloomily, I originally wanted to get the snow jade sword first. When that time comes, I am not afraid of anyone. When I spit out divine objects, I will also be able to compete with Yi Qiong. However, he didn't stay for long. Since the snow jade sword had been taken away, there was no point in him staying for long. After a while, he completely disappeared into the horizon. Every time he appeared, it was a flash. It was a small-scale teleportation. Of course, it was impossible for him to teleport too far away in this treasury. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where he would be teleported to when the time came. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian's speed was extremely fast. Yi Qianqian herself was a top expert of the late stage of the half-step celestial realm. Although Yi Shiwen had not yet stepped into the half-step celestial realm, his speed was definitely not slow with his demon wings movement technique. In just 3 days and 3 nights, the two had already arrived at the space-time channel outside. Compared to before, this space-time channel was still no different. There were countless space turbulences everywhere. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate and directly rushed into these space turbulences. He converged all of his real elemental energy and divinities and let these space turbulences hit his body. Each of these space turbulences had a terrifying, tearing force. Yi Shiwen felt as if a huge power was about to tear his body into pieces. Yi Shiwen did not use divinity or the aura shield to resist, because he knew that this kind of continuous tearing and continuous repair was the most effective way to temper his body. Yi Qianqian saw that Yi Shiwen was actually using space turbulences to temper his body. She could not help but be a little surprised. These space turbulences, for anyone, would be an existence that could be avoided at all costs. If they were not careful, they could be torn to pieces on the spot. Yi Shiwen dared to do this. His body was even more tyrannical than she had imagined. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was a little surprised, Yi Shiwen could not help but be a little proud. He said, This set of body-refining martial arts is called Tyrant Body Scripture. It walks the path of strength and ferocity. When practiced to a high level, Even the Dragon Clan can be killed directly. Even the Dragon Clan can be killed directly? Yi Qianqian's eyes flashed a little, but there was not much surprise on her face. After Yi Shiwen finished his introduction, he did not say much and directly rushed into the depths of the space turbulences. Although these space turbulences were terrifying, there were still a lot of ominous beasts living in them. These ominous beasts fed on space turbulences and were incomparably fierce. However, under the joint efforts of Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian, it was simply nothing. Yi Shiwen's body was unparalleled, and he was invincible among these ominous beasts. Every time he attacked, an ominous beast would be killed on the spot. Any kind of martial arts in his hands would radiate amazing power. Swordsmanship, blade technique, fist technique, palm technique, finger technique. In his hands there was no hindrance, especially the sky severing finger. At this time he completely brandished it. At this time a monster would be killed on the spot with a casual point of his finger. These blood essences were completely absorbed by Yi Shiwen through the Tianyuan mirror. Even Yi Shiwen began to use the mysterious space to analyze the true mystery of these monsters' survival in the space turbulences. If these mysteries could be analyzed, then Yi Shiwen's understanding of space would increase by several levels in one go. At that time, he might not even need to reach the celestial being realm, and he might even be able to teleport. And more than a year's time passed while the two of them were practicing in the space turbulences. Chapter 1312. In more than a year, both of their strengths had made great progress, especially in this space turbulence. At first, both of them were somewhat uncomfortable, especially Yi Shiwen, who had completely removed all his defenses. It could be said that he was completely naked in this space turbulence. He had to endure the tearing of these space turbulence all the time. This kind of pain was excruciating because these space turbulence were equivalent to directly collapsing the space. It was like a person's shadow reflected in a mirror. But if the mirror collapsed, then the person's shadow would collapse into pieces no matter how strong it was. Now, Yi Shiwen was in such a situation. He was constantly running the Tyrant Body Scripture and Phoenix Regeneration Technique. If it was an ordinary person, even if they practiced the same Tyrant Body Technique, it would be useless. They would never dare to practice like this because they could not be like Yi Shiwen, who had the Phoenix Regeneration Technique and could bear this kind of endless practice intensity. In addition, Yi Shiwen's fastest progress was in the practice of Sky Severing Finger. After the Sky Imprisoning Finger was practiced to the level of small accomplishment, the Sky Shaking form was finally practiced to the level of small accomplishment. It was undoubtedly much easier to practice the Shocking the Sky technique to the small accomplishment level than the Heaven Prison technique. The Heaven Prison technique had consumed 5 billion spirit crystals to reach the small accomplishment level. However, the Shocking the Sky technique had consumed only 4 billion spirit crystals. Although the Sky Imprisoning Finger and the Sky Shaking form were different, the foundation was still the Sky Severing Finger. Therefore, a considerable part of it belonged to the category of understanding, and Yi Shiwen did not need to repeatedly comprehend it. It saved a total of 1 billion spirit crystals. If the essence of the Sky Imprisoning Finger lay in the word imprisonment, then the Sky Shaking form lay in the word shock. Although it was a finger technique, this move was a large-scale killing martial art. When the finger was pointed, all the enemies within a radius of 100 miles would be annihilated, as if it was really going to destroy the world. However, relatively speaking, the lethality of these two martial arts was not too great, especially when facing evenly matched masters. The breakthrough ability was insufficient. The real killer move was still the later sky-breaking form. The sky-breaking form was the real powerful move, but in comparison, it should be said that each had its own mystery and each had different uses. Yi Shiwen had originally planned to practice the heaven-breaking style in one go. However, he didn't have enough time. So, more than a year had passed in the blink of an eye. That gluttonous feast was about to begin. Most of the people should have arrived by now. Yi Shiwen secretly thought. He then turned to look at Yi Qianshan, who was beside him. Although she had yet to break through to the sky human stage, her aura was stronger and smoother compared to 1 year ago. 1 year ago, Yi Qianshan had only just reached the late stage of the half-step sky human stage, and her aura still had some edges that had yet to be smoothed out. At present, however, she had already tempered all of her aura to an abnormally smooth state. Additionally, all of the side effects caused by her rapid increase in cultivation base had been smoothed out. In other words, the current Yi Qianshan was more than twice as powerful as she was a year ago. If she encountered Tung Tongtian's primordial spirit again, she would be able to kill him with a single strike. The transformation of her cultivation was obvious. Not only Yi Qianshan, but Yi Shiwen was also the same now. More than a year ago, he was still very embarrassed when facing Tung Tongtian. It could even be said that he didn't have much power to fight back. However, it was different now. Now, even if he faced Tung Tongtian's primordial spirit, Yi Shiwen was more than enough to protect himself. One should know that Tung Tongtian's primordial spirit was vulnerable in front of Yi Qianshan. However, in terms of strength, it was enough to be top-notch under the sky human stage. It was conceivable how much progress Yi Shiwen had made now. Of course, he still couldn't defeat the master of the late stage of the half-step sky human stage, but he was more than enough to protect himself. Don't underestimate his ability to protect himself. This time, he was going to snatch the divine object. As long as he was fast enough, he could still do it. Yi Qianshan looked at Yi Shiwen. She was obviously ready. The two immediately began to rush to the depths of the treasure house. After flying for another 5 days and 5 nights, they finally arrived at the edge of the inner treasury in the depths of the treasure house. However, they saw countless treasures permeating the inner treasury. In the sky, a huge treasure house was rising and falling in the sky. Colorful streamers flickered around the treasure house as if it was completely protected. Around the treasury, thousands of powerful figures and auras were intertwined in the surrounding void. The weakest of them were experts half a step into the celestial realm, and they had all completely blended into the void. If one were to look at them with the naked eye, there would be no way to tell where they were. These experts were also waiting quietly. Not a single one of them acted rashly. Firstly, these people were tyrannical experts. What kind of situation had they not seen before? Naturally, they wouldn't act rashly. Secondly, countless almighty experts had tried to capture this treasure house, but none of them had succeeded. This was a wake-up call for them. Could it be that they were more powerful than those almighty experts in the past? After understanding this point, everyone was very calm. However, the tyrannical aura they emitted was a clear indication that none of them were to be trifled with. If these tyrannical auras were to be released outside, they would be able to intimidate an entire region. The arrival of Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan still attracted a lot of people's attention, because they came very late. Generally speaking, they rarely came so late. If they came late, they would not be able to grab the innermost and the best position. These positions could not be dropped from the sky. They could only be obtained through bloody battles. But if they came early, they would still be able to occupy a lot of advantages. A lot of blood on the ground was the result of battles for the best position. From beginning to end, dozens of people had died on the spot before they could even start fighting for the divine object. This was a gluttonous feast. The reputation of being watered with blood was definitely not fake. But no one felt anything. The road of martial arts was paved with corpses. This was a very normal thing. However, there was something strange about the two of them. Yi Qianshan's cultivation base, which was at the peak of the half-step sky human stage, was one thing. Although she was not the strongest amongst them, she could still be considered as an average cultivator. However, the one who was truly surprising was Yi Shiwen. In this place where there were half-step sky human realm and even sky human realm masters everywhere, a kid at the 8th level of the law phase realm actually dared to come to such a place. Was he stupid? Or was his head caught by the door. For a moment, Yi Shiwen became the focus of attention. Chapter 1313. Everyone's gazes fell on Yi Shiwen's body. They might not care too much about him, but their tyrannical strength made their gazes as sharp as knives. They wanted to carve a big hole in Yi Shiwen's body. If it were an ordinary person, even a warrior at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm, they would be very uncomfortable and might even leave on the spot. However, Yi Shiwen was different. The coercion behind these gazes was completely ignored by him. It could not affect him at all. He stood with his hands behind his back with an extraordinary bearing. This made many people have a whole new level of respect for him. They felt that this person dared to come here because he really had some skills. He was not completely stupid, but he had his own confidence. Not to mention other things. Just this confidence and confidence were already stronger than many experts in the law manifestation realm. Even many warriors who were half a step in the celestial realm did not have such courage. However, everyone only watched for a while and lost interest. Although Yi Shiwen was very special among these people, in the end he was just a warrior at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm. For them, he did not pose any threat at all. Maybe he was just a bystander. What's more, his position was so far back. Even if there was any divine item that was spat out, it would not be his turn at all. If he wanted to take advantage of it, he needed to have such strength. With so many people in front of him, any divine item would not be his turn at all. It would be snatched up by others. On the contrary, Yi Qianshan attracted the attention of many people. Although Yi Qianshan was only at the peak of the half-step celestial realm late stage, the aura on her body made people's hearts palpitate. Obviously, she was not an ordinary master. Yi Shiwen, that is where the masters of my Yi family gather. Let's go together. At that time, even Ting Tong Tian can't do anything to us. At this time, Yi Qianshan's voice sounded in Yi Shiwen's mind. The entire scene was silent. Everyone was waiting quietly. Even if they wanted to speak, they would do it through secret voice transmission instead of speaking directly. For a time, the entire scene was in a mess of divine senses. Yi Shiwen looked in the direction that Yi Qianshan was pointing. Sure enough, in a corner, the experts of Yi clan occupied almost all the corners of that area. Leading them were more than a dozen tyrannical experts of celestial realm standing at the forefront of the team, which was also the place closest to the treasure house. Ordinary people would not dare to approach at all. And behind them, there were more than 100 experts of late stage of half-step celestial realm. They were also the leaders of small organizations in Yi clan. Although these people were nothing in the eyes of many experts of celestial realm, among the younger generation, they were also well-known big shots. However, what caught Yi Shiwen's attention was the fact that a young man was calmly standing in midair at the forefront of the entire Yi clan's team. He seemed very ordinary compared to the tyrannical strength of the other experts. Perhaps one wouldn't even know that a person was standing here if they closed their eyes and only relied on their divine sense to perceive this person. But this person stood at the forefront of the entire Yi family team. Even among all the people, he was one of the few who stood at the forefront. He wore a blue robe, and his face was like jade. In his hand, there was a pendant folding fan that never left his hand. From time to time, he would hit his palm, making a paw sound. In this quiet environment, it was quite conspicuous, but he seemed to be unaware of it. Not only him, but even the others did not seem to find it strange. They were just used to it. Yi Qiong, one of the Yi family's 5 tyrants, Yi Qiong of Nanbatian. Although Yi Shiwen had never seen Yi Qiong before, the moment he saw this figure, this name naturally emerged in his mind. In the Yi family's 5 tyrants could be said to be famous. Even many of the Yi family's younger generation did not know the name of the Yi family's patriarch, but they certainly knew the 5 tyrants. In the Yi family, there were hundreds of millions of direct descendants. Among them, there were countless masters and geniuses. The younger generation was like the sands of the Ganges River. It was difficult to count. To be like Yi Xing, Yi Feng, and become famous in the Yi family for a period of time was already very difficult. They were already the best of the best. But the Yi family's 5 tyrants were a different concept. These 5 people were well known in the Yi family. Even the old monsters who had been in closed-door training for many years, or living fossils, might have heard of their names. Even many celestial realm masters had joined them and attached themselves to them to establish a powerful interest group. These 5 people were not only strong, but they were also tyrannical existences who had reached the celestial realm. More importantly, each of them had made great contributions to the Yi family. It could be said that they had worked hard and made great contributions. Just like this time, the key to the treasure house had finally fallen into the hands of Yi Qiong of the Southern Tyrant Heaven. However, he had contributed this key to the Yi family, as well as many masters who had attached themselves to the Yi family, to enter the treasure house and obtain many benefits. This was also a contribution to the Yi family, and it was a very big contribution. These contributions were not on the surface, but depending on how many people benefited from this matter, it could be counted as his contribution. Even Yi Shiwen's obtaining of the 8 treasures cauldron was in fact thanks to Yi Qiong. And in addition to these contributions, these 5 people had also done a lot, including killing many strong enemies of the Yi family, traitors, and so on. These scattered things added together with their incomparably tyrannical strength, which led to the title of the 5 tyrants. These 5 people were also the people who were expected to compete for the position of patriarch of the Yi family. This was because they not only had tyrannical strength, but more importantly, behind them were powerful interest groups. Even the celestial realm elders had either joined them or secretly helped them. These interest groups would continue to push them forward until they reached the position of patriarch. And even if the others couldn't become patriarchs, they would still become important figures in the Yi family. They might even hold a position in the imperial court, and it was also possible for them to become powerful figures in the entire human race. Those who were able to come to the scene were the best of the Yi family's younger generation. Each one of them was arrogant and unruly, but at this time they were willing to stay behind Yi Qiong. This clearly showed the status of the 5 tyrants in the younger generation. Many people shouted that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 tyrants, but no one dared to shout that they could surpass the 5 tyrants, because the 5 tyrants were the top existences in the younger generation of the Yi family. No one was more tyrannical than them. Yi Shiwen was just about to ask Yi Qianqian to verify whether his conjecture was correct or not. But suddenly an incomparably powerful, imposing aura came crushing down on him. It was like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and it was about to crush him in an instant. Almost at the same time, Yi Shiwen's body's divinity automatically appeared under the surface of his skin, dissolving this invisible coercion. And in an instant, Yi Qianqian's body also appeared with ice and snow sword chi, cutting this imposing aura apart. This was the power of the snow jade sword. Then a figure appeared in front of them in an instant, as if tearing the vast sky apart. Yi Qianqian, Yi Shiwen, the 2 of you haven't left yet. You're like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you if you had left immediately after snatching the snow jade sword. However, I didn't expect that you would appear here. There's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Instead, there's no door to hell, but you've barged in. A tyrannical figure suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. Everyone fixed their eyes on him, and it turned out to be Tung Tongtian, especially many experts of the sea race. A somewhat shocked expression flashed on their faces. Tung Tongtian could be said to be fierce among these experts of the sea race. Many people had even suffered losses from Tung Tongtian, whether openly or secretly. But listening to what he said, he actually suffered a small loss in the hands of these 2 people. This was really strange. It was not that there was no existence that could make Tung Tongtian suffer, but it should not be a half-step heaven realm expert and a law manifestation expert. Although there was a huge difference in strength between these 2, in the eyes of those heaven realm experts, was there any difference? They were all existences that could be killed with one slap. Wasn't it extremely ridiculous to distinguish so many realms and classes? Only a few people with sharp eyes noticed that the imposing aura of Tung Tong Tian just now was actually easily dispelled by these two people. Or in other words, these two people were not affected by the imposing aura of pressure at all. This made many people's eyes light up. They could completely ignore the imposing aura of a heaven realm expert. It was really not easy. This was not something that ordinary people could do. But soon, everyone's interest turned to Tung Tong Tian. They were a bit curious about how Tung Tong Tian suffered a loss in the hands of these two people. With Tung Tong Tian's strength, it was impossible for these two people to suffer a loss, even if they had 2 hands and 2 feet. Soon, there were experts who knew the whole story about the Snow Jade Sword. Although for Tung Tong Tian, this matter was almost a great shame, and none of his subordinates dared to mention this matter in front of him. There were so many onlookers at that time. This matter could not be kept under wraps. Therefore, many people knew that Tung Tong Tian had been snatched by Yi Qianqian in the fight for the Snow Jade Sword. Chapter 13-14. After knowing this, many people looked at the two of them in a different light. There was no other reason. If it was just to make Tung Tong Tian suffer, it wouldn't be a big deal. If it was just a sneak attack on Tung Tong Tian's spirit, it wouldn't be a big deal. Many people present could do it. However, being able to do it and daring to do it were two different things. Tung Tong Tian's strength was needless to say. He was also one of the best among the younger generation. His celestial realm strength was enough to deter countless experts. He was equivalent to a tiger. How many people would dare to touch the tiger's whiskers? Wouldn't that be courting death? His spirit doppelganger wasn't scary. What was really scary was his real body. And now that his real body had appeared here, these two people were in trouble. This thought suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. With Tung Tong Tian's strong character, how could he allow someone to offend him and get away with it? It was simply a slap in his face, especially when it involved a treasure like the Snow Jade Sword. How could they let it go so easily? These two people were dead. We took the Snow Jade Sword. Yi Qianqian said lightly, "We obviously got here first." Indeed, what Yi Qianqian said was reasonable. However, under the current situation, how many people would care about such a trivial matter? Yi Qianqian's body rose up with a shocking ice sword energy. It seemed as if it was going to completely freeze the heaven and earth. The cold air spread out, as if the entire heaven and earth were wrapped in a layer of plain silver. As for Yi Shiwen, he had been completely ignored by Tung Tong Tian. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen couldn't even defeat his primordial spirit avatar, let alone him. At this time, Yi Shiwen wasn't even in his eyes. Even Yi Qianqian wasn't in his eyes. "This is the Snow Jade Sword," Tung Tong Tian said lightly. "It just so happens that I'm lacking such a handy sword." As he said this, Tung Tong Tian opened his big hand and instantly grabbed towards Yi Qianqian. He actually wanted to take the Snow Jade Sword out of Yi Qianqian's body. Clang! Under this terrifying pressure, the Snow Jade Sword in Yi Qianqian's body reacted almost immediately. It reacted almost uncontrollably. The snow-white sword almost instantly appeared in front of Yi Qianqian. Boom! The Snow Jade Sword automatically created an ice crystal wall in front of Yi Qianqian. Although it couldn't be compared to Yi Mo, it was still very impressive. After all, it hadn't become a treasure demon yet, so it didn't have a true spirit. Tung Tong Tian's big hand directly grabbed onto the ice crystal wall. Ice shards swirled in the air, and the ice crystal wall began to crumble inch by inch in the air. Whoosh! The Snow Jade Sword automatically protected its owner, and a terrifying white sword chi burst out. It cut through the air and instantly slashed towards Tung Tong Tian. Seeing that, many of the half-step sky human stage cultivators turned pale. The fact that the Snow Jade Sword had automatically protected its master was already so terrifying. For Yi Qianqian to be able to subdue the Snow Jade Sword, She was no ordinary character. No wonder she dared to plot against Ting Tong Tian. That courage was not something that just anyone could possess. If they were in Yi Qianqian's place, they would probably be cut in half on the spot and die. Many people were also secretly shocked. They secretly made themselves remember the combination of Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian. With Yi Qianqian's strength, unless it was a sky human stage cultivator, it would be impossible to suppress her. They would only be easily killed by her. Good treasure. Although it's a bit hot-tempered, it suits me. Tung Tongtian laughed and said. He opened his big hand and grabbed on the spot. His hand glowed with colorful light. It seemed to be made of glazed, jade-like material. He actually grabbed the sword light on the spot. The sword light kept struggling in his palm, constantly destroying it. However, in the end, it couldn't really hurt Ting Tongtian. It was instantly destroyed by him. Immediately afterward, Ting Tongtian grabbed Yi Qianqian again without hesitation. His palm turned into an eagle's claw, falling from the sky. It was fast and ruthless. It almost tore through the air and arrived in front of Yi Qianqian. He wanted to kill her on the spot and pull the snow jade sword out of her body. Yi Shiwen saw it clearly from the side. His eyes were wide open. This Tung Tongtian was simply too much. At worst, he would use the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber to kill this bastard. Between the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber and the Snow Jade Sword, Yi Shiwen didn't have a conclusion in his heart. However, one thing was certain. The Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber in its complete state was naturally much more powerful than the Snow Jade Sword that was sealed by layers of seals. If Yi Shiwen was unprepared, it could definitely injure Tung Tongtian severely in an instant. It could even send him to heaven. However, in this case, the secret that he had the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber would definitely be exposed. Although the Snow Jade Sword was powerful, it was still under layers of seals. Although ordinary people coveted the Snow Jade Sword, they would not go crazy for it. At that time, the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber would be different. Its power was enough to make them go crazy. A kid at the 8th level of the Law Manifestation Realm could seriously injure or even kill a Celestial Realm Master with the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber. This itself was the best advertisement. It could attract all the top masters. At that time, unless he hid in the Yi clan and didn't come out, he would have to be prepared to flee for his life once he came out. Even many people in the Yi clan might be tempted. However, if it really came to this, then there was no other way. What they could do now was to delay the time, just like what they had originally planned. When the treasury began to spit out the divine objects, Yi Shiwen didn't believe that Tung Tongtian would still hold onto the two of them for the Snow Jade Sword. In this case, the gains would not make up for the losses, especially under the situation where there was no 100% way to capture Yi Qianqian. However, just when Yi Shiwen was about to make a move, he saw a sword energy instantly cut through the sky like a meteor. It directly blasted towards Tung Tongtian's big hand. Boom! Tung Tongtian's huge hand exploded in the air on the spot. The energy contained in it swept out and turned into a storm that blew in all directions. Yi Qiong! Tung Tongtian didn't look back, but he immediately knew who the person who made the move was. It was as if he was very familiar with it. Tung Tongtian's face revealed a bit of anger. He looked at the figure at the forefront of the Yi clan's team. That extremely ordinary figure was Yi Qiong. Everyone suddenly remembered that these two people had the surname Yi, and they were both experts of the Yi clan. Now that Yi Qiong of the Southern Tyrant Heavens was present, how could he just watch Ting Tongtian slaughter his own clansmen? This time, Ting Tongtian had handed over the key to the treasury. The passage was set up in the Yi clan, and he had invited many young experts of the Yi clan to go together. This in itself had the intention of buying people's hearts. Everyone knew this, but no one would refuse. After all, this was equivalent to a gift from the heavens. Yi Qiong also didn't ask them to make any promises that they must support him. Yi Qiong's reputation would be ruined if he watched helplessly as Yi Qianqian and Yi Xuan were slaughtered by Tung Tongtian. In order to ascend to the throne of the family head, one must have the support of the public. The public's recommendation was also a very important part. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Yi Qiong would make a move. This should have been expected long ago, but everyone had selectively forgotten about it just now. Everyone was even a little excited, and some were looking forward to the fight between Tung Tongtian and Yi Qiong. A fight between two young experts would definitely be exciting. Moreover, in many people's eyes, this was simply a dog-eat-dog fight. Such a scene was naturally more exciting, the better. It would be best if both sides were injured and they would have two less opponents to compete for the divine objects. They even faintly looked forward to the fight between the two. In that case, they would be able to watch a good show. Yi Qiong, are you going to stop me? Tung Tongtian glared at Yi Qiong. Yi Qiong just chuckled, then knocked the folding fan in his hand and slowly walked in front of Tung Tongtian. So what if I stop you? Now you want to make a move against both of them in front of me. Aren't you going to slap me in the face? Tung Tongtian looked at him coldly and said, as if he didn't care about Yi Qiong's words at all. Both of them were extremely proud, and neither of them was ordinary. How could they allow themselves to be at a disadvantage at this time? The snow jade sword originally belonged to me. Now I just want it back. Tung Tongtian said. You said it's in your pocket, so it's in your pocket? We clearly found it first. At this time, Yi Xuan finally found an opportunity to say. Tung Tongtian suddenly swept his two sharp eyes over, as if he wanted to penetrate Yi Xuan in an instant. At this time, this little law manifestation realm kid actually dared to interrupt. He was really courting death. However, Yi Xuan didn't seem to care about his aura and coercion at all. He had divinity in his body, so he didn't care about this kind of coercion the least. Did you hear that? As the saying goes, treasures belong to those who are fated. Obviously, you are not fated. Don't force it. Yi Qiong said with a faint smile. His demeanor was elegant, in contrast to Tung Tongtian's flustered and exasperated appearance. However, no one would underestimate this flustered and exasperated Tung Tongtian. He would only be a little flustered and exasperated when facing Yi Qiong. No one else was qualified to make him flustered and exasperated. Do you believe that it belongs to those who are fated? Tung Tongtian looked at Yi Qiong. This was the person who could truly be on equal footing with him. As for Yi Qianqian and Yi Xuan, they were just small characters like ants. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I believe it. Yi Qiong smiled faintly, almost making Tung Tongtian have the urge to vomit blood. Chapter 13:15. Tung Tongtian looked at Yi Qiong gloomily. He also knew that with Yi Qiong here today, it was impossible for him to snatch the snow jade sword from Yi Qianqian's hands. Why? Do you want to go out and have a fight? Yi Qiong looked at Tung Tongtian indifferently. Tung Tongtian struggled for a while. He wasn't afraid of Yi Qiong, but if he really chose to go out and have a fight, then he would definitely miss the last chance to spit out the divine item. No matter how he looked at it, the loss would be far greater than the value of the snow jade sword. He was very straightforward and didn't say anything harsh. He also knew that no matter how harsh words were, it was much more practical than using his fists. Yi Xuan and Yi Qianqian heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Tung Tongtian turn around and leave. Both of them had their own trump cards and were confident that they could escape from Tung Tongtian's hands. However, they would miss the opportunity to spit out treasures if they were to fight. However, they still made the right bet. Tung Tongtian still valued the divine item, spit out more. For this, he could temporarily put aside the grudges between him and the two. Yi Xuan looked at Yi Qiong and couldn't help but have a good impression of him. Although he already knew of Nan Beishan's existence, it was his first time seeing him in person. From the way he talked and behaved, he didn't have the temperament that Yi Xuan hated. Yi Qiong smiled slightly and said, "Junior's sister has come back from a great disaster." This is my first time meeting you. There were hundreds of millions of people in the Yi clan, and the blood relations between them were already very shallow. Many people's relatives had already crossed dozens of bays. Therefore, they often referred to each other as brothers and sisters. Yi Qianshan just nodded reservedly. She didn't feel any different because of Yi Qiong's help. Yi Shiwen looked at the two of them. It seemed like they knew each other a long time ago. He felt a little strange. Yi Qiong was one of the 5 tyrants of the Yi clan. He was one of the top experts in the entire Yi clan and even the entire ancient Barons continent. He was completely different from Yi Feng and the others. Even Yi Feng, Yi Shui, and the others rarely had the chance to see Yi Qiong, let alone get to know each other. What kind of person was qualified to make friends? What kind of people were qualified to mate with? Such unspoken rules had always existed. However, the more he understood Yi Qianshan, the more he realized that she had more secrets than he had imagined. Yi Qiong seemed to be aware of Yi Qianshan's cold attitude, so he didn't mind it at all. He wasn't angry at her attitude at all. Not only Yi Qiong, but the other experts of the Yi clan also looked over. When they saw Yi Qianshan's cultivation, they couldn't help but be amazed. With their cultivation, it was not difficult to see that Yi Qianshan had reached the same level as them, or even a higher level of combat power. They were all much older than Yi Qianshan. Although this junior of the younger generation was famous, her strength was actually far from theirs. They originally thought that she would need a few more years to catch up to them. Unexpectedly, Yi Qianshan had already caught up to most of them, and she was even stronger than them. Apart from the experts of the celestial realm who were calm, some experts of the late stage of the celestial realm who were half a step into the celestial realm couldn't stay calm. It should be known that not only was their strength outstanding, but they were also the leaders of various small organizations. Originally, they didn't care about Clear Moon Temple. Although no one was willing to provoke Clear Moon Temple, it was only because they didn't want to provoke too many people to protect them. However, it didn't mean that they couldn't do anything to Clear Moon Temple. Before, Clear Moon Temple only had 2 experts of the early stage of the celestial realm. For others, they might be experts, but for them, they were far from qualified. If it weren't for this, a small organization made up of only beauties wouldn't even be qualified to be compared to them. But now it was different. Yi Qianshan had also shown her tyrannical strength. Her strength was not ordinary, and with the power of the Snow Jade Sword, Yi Qianshan's cultivation was directly above everyone else. With such a master in charge, Clear Moon Temple would definitely not just be a vase. It was enough to have a place among all the small organizations. At that time, the entire situation would usher in a big reshuffle. If Yi Qianshan had the opportunity to enter the celestial realm, then Clear Moon Temple would immediately become one of the small organizations in the entire Yi family that couldn't be provoked. There were countless admirers behind them, and there were even experts of the celestial realm in charge. Such an organization was naturally the most untouchable. Just the change in strength made everyone think a lot. But because of this, everyone seemed to have a faint intention to accept Yi Qianshan into the circle. As long as her strength was enough, it was only a matter of time before she joined this circle. As for Yi Shiwen, who cared about him? Many people didn't even know Yi Shiwen, and only thought that he was a follower of Yi Qianshan. Of course, there were some people who knew that he was the champion of this year's clans competition. But so what? Most of the people here were champions of previous clans competitions. This was nothing. It could only be said to be a stepping stone to entering this circle. Only when one's strength reached a certain level would they have the chance to join them. But whether they accepted or not, Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. His goal was only the 5 hegemons, and these people weren't his goal at all. Naturally, whether they approved or not didn't matter at all. How about it, come with me? Yi Qiong said. He wasn't overbearing, but there was an unquestionable tone in his words. Yi Qianshan looked at Yi Shiwen, seemingly asking for his opinion. This made Yi Qiong a little surprised. Although Yi Qianqian was cold, she was a very assertive girl. She always knew what to do and what not to do. At this time, why did she look like she was asking for Yi Shiwen's opinion? Yi Shiwen thought about it carefully and shook his head. Although he could get the protection of many masters of the Yi family in the past, he was also restricted. Because they were all masters of the Yi family, it was impossible to rob them. If that happened, it would definitely end up with Yi Qiong dividing the divine objects. In that case, with his strength, it would be impossible to get a share. Even if he could get a share, it would be left over by everyone else. And that wasn't what Yi Shiwen wanted. Naturally, with Yi Qianqian's strength and popularity, this wouldn't be the case. But she still chose to go with Yi Shiwen. Although she didn't know Yi Shiwen's considerations, this kind of unconditional trust still made Yi Shiwen feel very touched. Seeing that Yi Qianqian didn't move, Yi Qiong looked at Yi Shiwen with a slight surprise. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, and he didn't continue to force it. He said, "In that case, you be careful." With that, Yi Qiong turned around and returned to the Yi family's team, quietly waiting for the final time when the treasure house would spit out the divine objects. As the time for the treasure house to spit out the divine objects was getting closer and closer, everyone began to focus. Everyone's attention was also on the treasure house, no longer paying attention to Yi Shiwen, as if it was just an unexpected interlude, and now it was finally time for the song to end and everyone to disperse. "Wait a moment, let's join forces." Yi Shiwen transmitted to Yi Qianqian. "I will attack first, and then you help me block those people." Yi Qianqian looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise. Did he mean that he would be the main force of the attack? Yi Shiwen's strength was naturally far more tyrannical than it looked, but she also knew very well that Yi Shiwen was far from being able to compete with these half-step celestial realm masters. It could even be said that Yi Shiwen was the weakest among them. Originally, this was also an indisputable matter. His realm was originally the lowest, but they just didn't know that although Yi Shiwen's realm was the lowest, his combat power was far from being as low as his realm showed. "I'm fast. If we want to attack, it will be more convenient than you," Yi Shiwen said. Yi Qianqian thought about it, and it was indeed so. She couldn't help but nod. She had seen Yi Shiwen's speed before, and it was indeed extremely fast. The two of them used the secret voice-transmitting technique again to discuss the details of their next move. Yi Shiwen was well aware that his strength was the weakest in this place. In the face of those experts of the late stage of half-step celestial being realm, he could only remain undefeated at most. Not to mention that there was Tung Tong Tian next to him. Once there was a chance, he believed that Tung Tong Tian would definitely not let go of the opportunity to attack. At that time, Yi Qiong might not be able to help in time. Now, Yi Qiong could focus on Tung Tong Tian wholeheartedly, and once the treasure house began to spit out the divine objects, it would be completely impossible to be distracted, so they could only rely on themselves. However, they were not as powerful as others, so they needed to calculate more than others. Both of them were intelligent people, and they quickly specified a series of plans and simulated a series of possible problems. Suddenly, the entire sky began to shake. Rumble! The sound began to spread into everyone's ears. No matter which clan the masters, at this time, when they heard this sound, they couldn't help but be excited. Everyone knew that this treasure house was finally entering the final stage, spitting out the divine objects, and it was also the final feast of the entire treasure house. It was also an opportunity that everyone had been waiting for a long time. Rumble! The entire treasure house began to shake violently, and it even caused the entire world to begin to shake violently. In the entire treasure house, a 7-colored light, condensed from the treasures, began to illuminate the entire world. In an instant, the treasures in the entire world began to condense. Boom! A group of light wrapped an object directly ejected from the treasure house. The treasure house spat out the divine objects. Chapter 13:16. A divine object wrapped in a ray of light was spat out from the treasury. Tai pure gold. Some sharp-eyed people immediately recognized what this divine object was. Immediately, many people became excited. Although Draco First Gold Essence was not a magic treasure, nor was it a secret martial art manual, it was still one of the materials needed to refine a heaven-grade magic treasure. Not everyone could obtain a heavenly rank magic weapon. Moreover, even if 1 or 2 heavenly rank magic weapons were obtained, it wouldn't be of much use. Besides weapons, there were also various kinds of defensive magic tools. This kind of requirement was very high. Therefore, the best way was to refine it by oneself. At this time, the collection of various materials had become an unavoidable problem. Moreover, Draco Gold Essence was one of the most famous materials for refining magic tools. Whoosh! A big hand grabbed out from the air and directly grabbed the Tai Pure Gold. Unexpectedly, a Celestial Realm Master directly made a move. Even a Celestial Realm Master could not resist the temptation of the Tai Pure Gold and directly made a move. Immediately, the whole sky was shaking violently. That grab was like trying to grab the stars and the moon. On the spot, the stars were about to explode. "This is mine!" Another loud shout was heard. A big hand directly rose up. Another Celestial Realm Master directly made a move and joined the fight. As this Celestial Realm Master joined the fight, several Celestial Realm Masters began to join the fight. Boom! 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 The few Celestial Realm Masters in the sky were fighting, and no one was willing to give way to the other. Except for these Celestial Realm Masters, the others were very calm. They all knew very well that this was just the beginning. Although the divine objects spat out from the treasury could not reach the level of 1 for each person, it was definitely far more than what everyone expected. It was not necessary to go up and fight to the death now, especially for those half-step Celestial Realm Masters. Wouldn't it be a dead end if they rushed up at this time? They would not do such a stupid thing. Don't fight for it now. This is just an appetizer. Yi Qianqian transmitted her voice to Yi Shiwen. It was obvious that her investigation in this aspect was far more detailed than the information that Yi Shiwen had obtained from Yi Xing. Right now, these few divine objects that are being spat out are all heaven-tier elite dishes. We have no possibility of snatching them at all. When the treasury starts to spit out a large number of divine objects, that will be the time for us to make our move. When the time comes, we also have to be careful of Teng Tongtian's sneak attack. Yi Shiwen also reminded, although he still couldn't let go of the temptation of the treasure house and had come here, but he hadn't reached the point where he would be blinded by greed. If he really reached that point, then he would have no choice but to die if the heavens wanted him dead. As the saying goes, if the heavens want someone to die, they must first make him crazy. It wouldn't be worth it if he had to give up his life just to fight for these divine objects. Yi Qianqian nodded. The snow jade sword in her body also faintly issued a crisp sword cry. It directly formed an ice armor on the surface of her body. Yi Qianqian had already entered an all-out state. She could make her move at any time. She looked at the surrounding people. None of them were idle. Although they hadn't made a move, each and every one of their auras was boiling. They had raised their state to the peak. They could make their move at any time. The observing person scripture in Yi Shiwen's body was also operating to the extreme. He stood with his hands behind his back. They had already clenched into fists. He was ready to make his move at any time. The competition between experts could happen in a split second. So, one must be prepared at all times. While Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian were still communicating, the outcome of the battle for the Tai Gold in the sky had already been decided. The Tai Gold had fallen completely into the hands of a middle-aged expert. Although he had obtained the Tai Gold, he wasn't much better off. He was also quite embarrassed under the siege of everyone. After putting the Tai Gold into his pocket, he immediately sat cross-legged in the void and began to recover. He wanted to heal his injuries before the real wave of divine objects came. Several other experts who hadn't competed for it also began to heal. They hadn't competed for it now, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't be able to compete for it later. In the face of the temptation of the Tai gold, neither Tung Tong Tian nor Yi Cheong were tempted. They didn't even bat an eyelid. Aside from those two, Yi Shiwen noticed that there were two others who were worth paying attention to from the 100 Races Alliance and the Demon Race. The 100 Races Alliance's champion appeared to be middle-aged and wore a royal robe. His bearing was extraordinary, and he had the bearing of a sovereign overlooking the world. As for the expert from the Demon Race, he looked completely indifferent. Yi Shiwen didn't know what kind of demonic beast he was. He was as cold as an iceberg. There wasn't a single person within a radius of 1 mile from where he stood. Even the experts from the Demon Race were unwilling to get close to this person. Just getting close to him made them feel like they were frozen. They even had the illusion that they would be killed by this person if they didn't agree. Qian, do you know who those two experts from the 100 Clan Alliance and the Demon Race are? Asked Yi Shiwen. Yi Qian didn't deliberately look at those two, but she knew that Yi Shiwen was asking about them. That was because those two were too outstanding. They were far above the others. Compared to Tung Tong Tian, Yi Cheong, and the other three, they were like 4 cranes in a flock of chickens. It was just like the scene of the 4 clans contending for hegemony in the entire ancient Barrens continent. Each clan occupied a corner and fought against each other. This time, the Wang clan didn't send 2 powerful experts. Although there were many experts and there was no lack of Celestial Realm experts, compared to Yi Cheong, they were almost instantly outclassed. These 4 people were like a huge light source, attracting everyone's attention. If one closed their eyes, they could even feel the light and heat from these 4 people. That expert from the 100 Clan Alliance is called Hao Lianjuan. He's also a famous young expert from the 10 royal clans of the 100 Clan Alliance. He's been famous for hundreds of years. He entered the Celestial Realm a long time ago, and his current cultivation is even more unfathomable. His position in the Hao Lianjuan clan is a bit like our Yi clan's 5 hegemons. His status is high and his means are high. In the 100 Clan Alliance, he has already held a real position and is in charge of a region's affairs. Yi Qian explained. In the entire 100 Clan Alliance, there was also an organization similar to the royal court. It was called the Elder Council. All the leaders of the 100 Clan Alliance were elders in the council, and the 10 royal clans' patriarchs were the 10 supreme elders. They had a special position in the 100 Clan Alliance, different from the various tyrants in the human race, where the royal court was only the strongest tyrant and could not really command the human race's affairs. The Elder Council in the 100 Clan Alliance was the true authority in the 100 Clan Alliance. It ruled over the various matters of the 100 Clan Alliance. Under the Elder Council, there were organizations with real power. Those who could hold positions in them were often people with real power in the 100 Clan Alliance. To think that Hao Lianjuan could hold such a position, and judging from Yi Qian's expression, it should not be an unreliable position. Hao Lianjuan's ability and influence were obvious to all. The other demon genius is called Bing Wuji, and he's a very rare one among the demon race. It is said that his true form was an iceberg that would not melt for 1,000,000 years, and he turned into a demon by chance. You know, an iceberg that would not melt for 1,000,000 years is a rare divine object, and it's almost impossible for such a divine object to turn into a demon. Once he does, he would undoubtedly be a peerless talent. Yi Qian said, "That's why he's highly valued by many of the demon race's bigwigs, even though he doesn't have a mother. Add to that his innate talent, and he's very famous among the young elites of the demon race." Yi Shiwen was a little speechless. Both of these people had powerful backgrounds, especially Bing Wuji. He didn't know what kind of place was needed to nurture an iceberg that hadn't melted for 1,000,000 years. Moreover, he had even managed to awaken and transform this iceberg that hadn't melted for 1,000,000 years. This could only be described as a miracle of nature. It was simply not a miracle that anyone could achieve. Moreover, it was very difficult for this kind of natural divine object to truly develop spiritual intelligence. Among the many demon races, the grass and wood spirits were the rarest, because they were born without intelligence. However, once they transformed, they were often the best. Just as Yi Qianshan was introducing Yi Shiwen, the treasure vault spat out a few more divine objects, which immediately caused more celestial realm masters to fight over them. Many of the masters who were originally ready to make a move could not help but take action at this time. Meanwhile, those half-step celestial realm masters had yet to make a move and were still holding back. They all knew that now was not the time for them to make a move. If they rushed in now, they would only be beaten to death by these celestial realm masters who were fighting over the treasures, and there would be no other ending. Not to mention them, even the celestial realm masters were quite embarrassed when fighting over these divine objects. A few celestial realm masters who were obviously weaker were almost killed and sent flying. Those celestial realm masters did not have the slightest mercy or sympathy, because they all knew that these people were also the most direct competitors in the fight later. Now that one was gone, it would be much easier for them to fight later. Boom! 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 The whole world was shaking crazily. Not only was the treasure vault shaking, but also the movement of these celestial realm masters fighting. As time passed, the treasure vault continued to spit out more and more divine objects. At first, it was only spitting out 1 or 2 at a time, but slowly it would spit out more than a dozen at a time. The whole fight over the divine objects had also entered a climax. Chapter 13:17. Originally, it was just a few celestial realm masters fighting over it. Now, as more and more divine objects were spat out, even many celestial realm masters who were originally very calm began to enter the fierce competition. There were traces of celestial realm masters fighting everywhere. Boom! 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 It did not take long before many experts of the half-step sky human realm joined in the fierce competition. Due to the increasing number of divine objects being spat out, many divine objects began to slip through the hands of the sky human realm experts. At that moment, these experts of the half-step sky human realm entered a state of madness and began to compete fiercely for the divine objects. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan were at the back of the team, waiting quietly like a beast waiting for its prey, patiently waiting. Suddenly, a stream of light was spat out from the treasure vault. Many celestial realm masters who were caught in the competition for the divine objects were unable to intercept this stream of light in time. And at this time, several half-step celestial realm masters with sharp eyes and quick hands rushed out. And at this time, Yi Shiwen was like a cheetah. His body instantly shot out, almost tearing the vast sky in an instant, instantly passing through the layers of encirclement, instantly appearing in front of the stream of light, instantly grabbing this divine object in his hand. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast, like a golden lightning, instantly snatching the divine object, so that those half-step celestial realm masters in the late stage did not even have time to react. They only had time to make a move, and before they could catch the divine object, it was already snatched away by Yi Shiwen. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. A kid at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm actually snatched the divine object from their hands. This was simply a great shame. Deep down, they had never really taken Yi Shiwen seriously. In their eyes, Yi Shiwen was simply a bystander, or a follower of Yi Qianshan. Therefore, their attention was focused on Yi Qianshan from the beginning. When the divine object flew over, they were still paying attention to Yi Qianshan. After all, Yi Qianshan's strength was indeed very tyrannical, enough to pose a fatal threat to them. Seeing that Yi Qianshan had been standing still, they relaxed, but they didn't want to eat Yi Shiwen's loss. Yi Qianshan didn't make a move, but Yi Shiwen made a move. In the end, the divine object that they had been yearning for a long time actually fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. This was simply a slap in the face. Moreover, it was a blatant slap in the face, a slap in the face when they weren't paying attention. "Kid, I think you're courting death." At this time, a sea race expert in the late stage of half-step celestial realm suddenly became angry and instantly attacked Yixuan. Endless waves were generated out of thin air. His skill was so profound that even the mountains would collapse in an instant. In a flash, a huge water prison was formed and firmly surrounded Yixuan. The area where Yixuan and Yi Qianqian, where it was mainly where some individual cultivators stayed. Experts from the human clan, the 100 Clan Alliance, the sea race, and the demon race all appeared in this area, so it was almost a chaotic scene, compared to other places where there was competition, but the scene was still considered orderly. In contrast, this place was the most disorderly place and also the place where the competition was the most intense. Similarly, this was also the place where the casualties were the most intense because there was no one who could suppress the situation, which meant that there was no order, and no order was often the most terrifying thing. Therefore, these people also had the least scruples when they made their moves, because they were all individual cultivators, unlike other places where there were a lot of famous sects, where they had to be somewhat scrupulous when making their moves. Go to hell! That sea race expert suddenly clenched his big hand, and countless waves instantly tightened, as if they were going to grab Yixuan and crush him on the spot. A somewhat ferocious and proud smile appeared on his face. He was still the first to react. Now this arrogant kid was going to die in his hands, and the divine object that he had snatched would also fall into his hands. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the seawater instantly burst open, splashing everywhere. But there was no scene of blood splashing everywhere, as everyone imagined. It should have been splashing everywhere, but there was no trace of blood. The ferocious smile on that sea race expert's face suddenly froze. How is this possible? He was very clear that just now he did not hold back at all, and definitely attacked with all his strength. Even if a master of half-step late-stage celestial realm was grabbed by him head-on, he should be seriously injured. But how could there be no trace of blood? Even if he was caught and turned into ashes, it should not be like this. The splashes dispersed, and they saw Yixuan rushing out of the countless splashes. That grab, just now, did not do anything to him at all. Damn it! That sea race expert saw this scene, and suddenly became furious, because he never thought that there would be such a scene. Yixuan was actually not injured at all. This was simply a slap in the face, more serious than the slap in the face just now. He was a master of half-step late-stage celestial realm, only a little distance away from the real celestial realm. But now he actually could not do anything to Yixuan. It was absolutely a great shame. And at this time, those half-step celestial realm masters who had not yet reacted before also roared and rushed toward Yixuan. A warrior at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm actually dared to be presumptuous in front of these people. If this was not courting death, then what was? Boom! 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 A terrifying torrent of martial arts turned into a group of energy torrents, piercing through the sky, and all of them blasted down toward Yixuan, wanting to instantly blast him into pieces. And at this time, a cold sword chi swept over in an instant, and the entire air in the sky froze. Those energy torrents were all frozen by the cold sword chi, and then immediately annihilated by the sword chi. The snow jade sword showed its power. Yi Qianqian, who had been attracting everyone's attention without any signs of making a move, finally made a move, completely breaking everyone's attack with one move. Yixuan also took the opportunity to completely escape from everyone's attack range. Yixuan pinched the flowing light on the divine object, revealing the original appearance of this divine object. This was actually a lotus, snow white, as if it was carved out of ice crystals. About the size of a palm, it slowly rotated in Yixuan's hand, as if it was blooming on Yixuan's palm. It was really beautiful. It's the polar ice lotus. This is a good thing. It is said that this is one of the best divine objects for warriors who practice ice attribute martial arts. Swallowing it, not only can the body be transformed into the legendary physique, but from then on, the cultivation of ice attribute martial arts will also be improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, the energy contained in it, even if it is not used to transform the body. Swallowing it on the spot can also make a huge improvement in cultivation. Everyone's eyes were completely fixed on the polar ice lotus, revealing a look of greed in their eyes, especially a few sea race experts who practiced ice attribute martial arts. When they saw the polar ice lotus, they could not take their eyes off it. For them, if they could swallow the polar ice lotus, then naturally there was no need to mention the benefits. Even breaking into the celestial realm would be a lot easier. Those with the legendary physique wanting to break into the celestial realm would be much easier than ordinary people. This was almost innate, and the polar ice lotus could transform a person's physical body into that special physique, especially for experts who practiced ice attribute martial arts like them. This was undoubtedly the highest grade of divine items. Even those who did not practice ice attribute martial arts at this time, were looking at the ice lotus in Yi Shiwen's hand greedily. Even if they did not cultivate ice attribute martial arts, it was not too late to change now. With the deep martial arts foundation they had laid down, coupled with their special physiques, it would be very easy for them to cultivate again. Moreover, even if they did not use it, if they could obtain it and sell it, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. Yi Qianqian, are you going to stop us? At this time, a group of more than a dozen half-step celestial realm experts all surrounded Yi Qianqian aggressively, surrounding her to demand the polar ice lotus. As for Yi Shiwen, he was completely ignored by them. So what if I am? Yi Qianqian said indifferently, without the slightest change in her expression, as if there was no one in front of her at all. Yi Qianqian's attitude completely enraged these experts. They were all half-step, celestial realm late-stage experts. Even in the ancient Barrens continent, they were considered powerful figures. Yi Shiwen's attitude completely enraged them. He was just a junior who had recently risen to fame, yet he dared to challenge so many of them alone. Let's go together. Let's go together. How can she be a match for so many of us? She is a genius of the Yi family. She must have had many fortuitous encounters. Let's just kill her. In this case, all the fortuitous encounters she has had and the things she has obtained will also belong to us. At this time, the sea race expert urged. If it was only Yi Shiwen, he would not care. However, this Yi Qianqian had an aura that even he was afraid of, so he had no choice but to drag everyone along. Many people also guessed the thoughts of this sea race expert, but they did not expose him, because there was no need at all. They also had the same thoughts as this sea race expert, which was to kill Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian first. As for how much they could obtain, it all depended on who was stronger in the end. Boom! After the sea race expert finished speaking, he took the lead and instantly attacked. Countless waves swept up, turning into 18 types of weapons, and directly smashed towards Yi Qianqian. Chapter 13:18. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped between the heavens and the earth. In an instant, this wave turned into a force that shook the heavens and the earth, sweeping towards Yi Qianqian. The sky cracked under the beating of these waves. The sky was collapsing, and the spiritual energy was dissipating. It was extremely terrifying. However, in Yi Qianqian's eyes, there was not the slightest fluctuation. Although this Sea Clan expert was powerful, he was not as powerful as Tung Tongtian's spirit. For Yi Qianqian at that time, he was no match for her, let alone now. In more than a year, Yi Qianqian had undergone earth-shaking changes. There was no change in her realm, but her combat power had improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Yi Qianqian's body instantly burst out an endless aura of ice and snow. An unparalleled aura spread out, and the entire sky was frozen in an instant. The waves that had turned into 18 kinds of weapons were also frozen in an instant. A force that no one understood swept out from her body, and the world seemed to be trampled by this fierce aura. Whoosh! A snow-white sword chi instantly cut through the sky, instantly shattering the frozen waves on the spot, and then directly bombarded the body of the Sea Clan expert. Boom! The Sea Clan expert was directly frozen, and then another sword light directly slashed down. Bang! His whole body was cut into ice crystals on the spot. A top expert of the late stage of half-step celestial realm died in the hands of Yi Qianqian, which shocked everyone in an instant. Everyone looked at Yi Qianqian and flinched. The death of the Sea Clan expert just now was a wake-up call for them. If they did not know how to restrain themselves, it was likely that they would follow in the footsteps of the Sea Clan expert and be killed by Yi Shiwen's sword. Their eyes were also full of horror, and they could not believe that this junior who had risen to fame in recent years was actually so powerful. That Sea Clan expert was not considered weak among them. If they wanted to determine a winner between them, who knew how many days it would take? Now, in the hands of Yi Qianqian, he could not even withstand one move and was completely killed. This junior was really a bit too fierce. Although the polar ice lotus was good, it was not as important as life. Moreover, it seemed that even if they besieged him, they might not be able to defeat him. And most importantly, even if they besieged him, someone must be at the forefront. But the problem was, who was willing to do so? Who was willing to be at the forefront and be killed by Yi Qianqian? These people were all smart people, and none of them were fools who were willing to be cannon fodder for others. They could only resentfully look at the polar ice lotus in Yi Shiwen's hand, and then angrily look in the direction of the treasure house. The most important thing was to seize those divine objects. At this time, as time passed, the frequency of divine objects being spat out from the treasure house gradually increased. Sometimes dozens of divine objects were spat out in one breath, and many people simply did not have enough time to intercept them, because many people were still fighting over the divine objects that had been spat out from the previous time, or even the time before that. At this time, they simply could not spare a hand. Therefore, although many people were still fighting over a divine object, many divine objects were leaked out in this situation. In short, as long as one was willing to take action, there were still many opportunities. No one wanted to waste their time arguing with Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian. Seeing that everyone had left, Yi Qianqian turned her head and faintly smiled at Yi Shiwen. Her beauty could cause the downfall of a state, and she could defeat Mo Cho. This polar ice lotus is for you, Yi Shiwen said to Yi Qianqian. With your physique, if you digest this polar ice lotus, you will reach a higher level, and by then your cultivation speed will also greatly increase. Yi Shiwen was a little curious. The current Yi Qianqian's cultivation speed was already so fast. If she reached a higher level, would her cultivation speed really reach a shocking level? Of course, he could also keep this polar ice lotus for himself. For his tyrant body, no matter what kind of energy it was, it would eventually be transformed into tyrant body, more or less a waste. Yi Qianqian nodded and took the polar ice lotus, without a trace of pretentiousness. More and more divine objects were spat out from the treasure house. Whether it was celestial realm experts or half-step celestial realm experts, they had already fallen into a frenzy and entered into a crazy competition. Many divine objects could only helplessly slip away. Because they were still in the midst of the competition, they simply could not care about these divine objects that flew away. Yi Qianqian also waved the snow jade sword and killed her way into the ranks of the people fighting for the divine objects. Yi Qianqian's own strength was already enough to dominate the half-step celestial realm experts. Not to mention with the addition of the snow jade sword, she was almost invincible. Wherever she went, the half-step celestial realm experts directly collapsed and could only helplessly watch Yi Qianqian take the divine objects into her hands. Yi Shiwen did not join the ranks of those who were fighting for the divine objects. Instead, he guarded the periphery. Once a divine object was exposed from the inside, he would immediately take action and seize it. It was a piece of cake for him. While others were still fighting desperately to seize the divine objects, he had already seized more than a dozen divine objects with ease, such as yin and yang fish dew innate fire spirit stone, and so on, many very rare divine objects, and even many people had never heard of in their lives, now all fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. Although the divine objects that leaked out from inside were not too many compared to the total number, because after all they had to go through layers of screening. But just by catching these fish that slipped through the net, Yi Shiwen had already obtained more than many celestial realm experts. Suddenly, he could not help but be overjoyed. The greatest value of these divine objects was not that they were priceless. The greatest value lay in their own rarity. Many things might be placed in a corner on ordinary days, and no one would care about it, but once it was really needed, it was hard to buy even with 1,000 gold coins. However, there was still some regret in his heart because he could only pick up the divine objects outside. What kind of divine objects he could pick up completely depended on what leaked out from inside, and some of them were not really what Yi Shiwen needed. If he now had the strength of Yi Qiong, Ting Tong Tian, and the others, then everything would be very simple. He could grab whatever he wanted, and there was no need to worry so much at all. This was the most regrettable part. Now his strength was undoubtedly the lowest among these people, and he only had the strength to protect himself. Rumble! The entire sky was still shaking violently, and the treasure house's spitting of divine objects had also reached the climax. One spit could spit out hundreds of divine objects, which suddenly made these warriors even more crazy. There were fierce battles everywhere, and even celestial realm experts died tragically on the spot if they were not careful. They were killed directly on the spot by others who were in a killing frenzy, and there was no other way. These people had been confused by the divine objects, and at this time, anyone who stood in front of them might be killed on the spot. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen had gained a lot of benefits. In the blink of an eye, he had actually obtained hundreds of divine objects. Originally, these divine objects should have been leaked out. Every time the treasure house opened, there would be people who would obtain divine objects. This was originally the case, but now they were all intercepted by Yi Shiwen. There were all kinds of refining materials, alchemy materials, and even magic weapons were directly intercepted by Yi Shiwen, and there were also magic pills that fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. Although the number was not much, only hundreds in terms of value, it made Yi Shiwen rich overnight in an instant. It could even be said that any one of them could be sold by Yi Shiwen for billions of spirit crystals. Of course, these were divine objects that were rarely seen on ordinary days. Even if they were to be sold, at most 1 or 2 of them would be sold, and it was impossible to sell all of them. Therefore, the real value of these divine objects was still in the future, not now, and it was impossible to immediately turn them into spirit crystals, but even so, Yi Shiwen was still very satisfied. Previously, everyone was frantically competing for the divine objects that were spat out, and no time to pay attention to Yi Shiwen, who was at the outermost. But slowly, the frequency of the treasure house spitting out divine objects decreased, and it was obvious that it had entered the final stage. At this time, some people began to pay attention to Yi Shiwen's hands. Although many people could not spare their hands to deal with Yi Shiwen just now, it was enough to just pay attention to Yi Shiwen. Seeing that Yi Shiwen had collected hundreds of divine objects, at this time, their eyes instantly turned red at this time. That was over 100 divine objects. They had fought with their lives on the line, yet each of them had only managed to obtain 2 or 3 divine objects. Not to mention, many of them had not even managed to obtain a single divine object. Some of them had even been injured at the very beginning. It was simply a miserable life. And this kid, who was originally regarded as a bystander, actually intercepted hundreds of divine objects at the back. This was simply a living treasure house. Uncle could bear it, but Aunt couldn't bear it. In the eyes of many people, Yi Shiwen was simply intercepting the divine objects that should have belonged to them, but they completely forgot that if Yi Shiwen did not intercept them outside, these divine objects would also fly to various places in the treasure house world, and they would not fall into their hands at all. Of course, at this time, they did not think so much, or rather, they did not want to think so much. At this time, Only the hundreds of divine objects in Yi Shiwen's hands were in their eyes. Even Yi Qianqian looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise. She did not expect him to be able to intercept so many divine objects outside. Even she, who went on a killing spree, finally only snatched 20 divine objects, which was almost the same as the ordinary Celestial Realm Masters. This had already made her the top among the half-step Celestial Realm Masters. But Yi Shiwen was even more exaggerated. He had intercepted hundreds of divine objects, making him suddenly a bright light in the dark night in everyone's eyes. At this time, a deep and cold voice came. "Kid, is it fun to intercept us outside?" Chapter 1319. "Kid, is it fun to steal our loot out there?" A deep, cold voice was heard. A figure appeared in front of Yi Shiwen almost instantaneously along with that cold voice, not giving Yi Shiwen any chance to catch his breath at all. A big, rough hand grabbed at Yi Shiwen. Rip! The big hand seemed to tear the air apart, making an ear-piercing and unpleasant sound as it came crashing down at Yi Shiwen. Although he was ambushed, Yi Shiwen had always maintained 120% vigilance in such a place. Almost immediately, he pushed off with the tip of his foot, and his figure shot backward like a cannonball, shattering the void with his step. Boom! Yi Shiwen's figure had just left that area when he saw that the big hand had already crushed the area, and the scene of the void being crushed was extremely horrifying. It was only then that Yi Shiwen saw the person who had come. It was a middle-aged fighter from the 100 Races Alliance, with a pale face and a pair of slender eyes that were filled with coldness. His hands were like those of an eagle, and he did not look human. He was also a half-step Celestial Realm fighter from the 100 Races Alliance. "Who are you?" Yi Shiwen barked coldly. "Why do you care who I am? You'd better hand over all your wealth, and you'll still be able to leave alive today. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." The fighter from the 100 Races Alliance said coldly, "I obtained all of this myself. Why should I hand it over to you?" Yi Shiwen said with a cold expression, "Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then die." The fighter from the 100 Races Alliance pounced at Yi Shiwen at once. His whole person leaped into the air, and he came right at Yi Shiwen like a sharp arrow, tearing the sky apart. He was fast and urgent, as if he was going to tear apart anyone who stood in his way. Yi Shiwen spread his hands, and an ancient cauldron appeared in front of him. Bang! The fighter from the 100 Races Alliance blasted his claw on the ancient cauldron, and the ancient cauldron was crushed into a wave of air. Another claw came at Yi Shiwen at lightning speed, and there was a look of embarrassment and annoyance on his face. To him, it was already a bit embarrassing that he could not kill Yi Shiwen with a single claw. Bang! 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 In no time at all, Yi Shiwen had exchanged over 100 blows with the elite of the 100 Races Alliance, retreating as he fought, appearing to be at a complete disadvantage. However, what left everyone dumbfounded was the fact that while Yi Shiwen appeared to be at a complete disadvantage, he did not show any signs of losing at all, as if he would be able to completely withstand any sort of storm of attacks. Many of the warriors around them were left rather speechless. The 100 Races Alliance was not the only one who had their eyes on the hundreds of divine objects in Yi Shiwen's hands. Many other experts were coveting the divine objects in Yi Shiwen's hands as well, with even Celestial Realm experts feeling envious. They didn't have as many divine objects as Yi Shiwen. Originally, everyone thought that this kid was courting death. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Everyone understood that what he was doing was equivalent to a child carrying a large piece of gold and walking on the road. Wasn't this inviting people to rob him? Unexpectedly, this child looked small, but he knew martial arts. He was not as easy to deal with as ordinary people thought. This kid from the Yi clan is so powerful. He's only at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm, and yet he can fight until now. No wonder he dares to come here. But no matter how powerful he is, it's useless. He snatched over 100 divine objects. This is the saying that an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. He's simply courting death. Damn it! The face of the 100 Races Alliance elite had turned into rage out of humiliation. No matter how fierce his attacks were, Yi Shiwen always seemed to be able to parry them with ease, as if there was no limit to his attacks, which was a provocation to his pride. Die! He shouted again. His eagle-like claws suddenly slashed down, tearing through the sky. His claws tore through the sky. His claws tore through the sky. It was like a monstrous giant claw. It seemed like it wanted to tear the sky apart and form a huge buckle character. An unparalleled pillar of air instantly blasted down. Yi Shiwen's expression turned solemn when he saw that giant claw tearing through the sky. The 8 treasures' cosmic cauldron instantly appeared above his head. It was no longer condensed from spiritual ether, but the real 8 treasures' cosmic cauldron. Clang! The giant claw once again clawed at the 8 treasures' cosmic cauldron, but this time it did not explode like before. Instead, the giant claw was directly bounced off. Yi Shiwen's body just shook slightly, and he stabilized himself. The elite of the 100 Races Alliance took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes. What kind of power tool was this? What kind of power tool is this? It's so powerful. I'm afraid it's another heaven-grade power tool. This kid is really lucky. He's just a kid at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm. But he has so many good things. It seems that he had a lot of fortuitous encounters, and he's also a genius. If we can rob him of his wealth, we'll be rich. It's not just that. This ancient cauldron is very impressive. It's like holding it on your head, and you'll be in an invincible position. With his cultivation at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm, he can actually completely block the cultivation of a half-step celestial realm. This ancient cauldron is definitely not trivial. The people around were discussing. After revealing the 8 treasures' cosmic cauldron, not only did it not dispel their thoughts, but it made them even more crazy. At this time, they did not make a move, not because they did not want to, but because they were waiting for the right time to make a move. Yi Shiwen also understood the saying that an innocent man's wealth would become his ruin. Therefore, if it was not a last resort, he did not want to use the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. This was still too extravagant for his current cultivation. However, he also knew very well that there was more than one person who was eyeing him covetously. He seemed to have a lot of wealth on him, but his strength was the weakest. Therefore, he had only one way now, and that was to establish his might and completely scare these people. Otherwise, he could only flee. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate at all. The moment he sent the 100 Clan Alliance expert flying, he instantly made a move. His figure flickered like a cannonball. He came in front of the 100 Clan Alliance expert. Imprisoning the heavens! He pointed out with his finger, and it seemed that the entire air instantly stagnated. In the eyes of the 100 Clan Alliance expert, it seemed that even the entire world had turned into a huge cage, imprisoning him within. The power of a heaven-level, top-level martial art was not trivial. If it were not for Yi Shiwen's poor cultivation and the fact that he had not practiced the imprisoning the heavens to the extreme, the imprisoning the heavens alone could completely imprison him, and he would not be able to move for the rest of his life. The 100 Clan Alliance expert had just stood firm when he saw Yi Shiwen pointing at him. He was instantly furious. In his opinion, this was a complete humiliation to him. A little kid at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm dared to launch a counterattack. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and the boundless spiritual ether around him began to boil. It turned into a huge divine eagle in the sky and flew into the sky. In an instant, the entire heaven prison cage was shaken. Boom! The huge divine eagle let out a deafening cry, and its claws crushed the finger that Yi Shiwen had pointed out. The entire cage that had frozen the entire sky instantly disappeared. Kid, it looks like you have quite a lot of secrets on you. The 100-Clan Alliance expert said coldly, "Just as well. I won't even need to search your soul to retrieve all your memories. When that happens, they'll all be mine." What wishful thinking! Yi Shiwen sneered, his face expressionless and without the slightest change. The imprisoning the heavens had been broken, but his spirit was not shaken at all. Although the finger had only imprisoned him for a moment, it was enough for him. Usually, an instant was enough to decide the outcome of a battle between experts. One of his hands spread out from behind his back, and a Yuan Qi bomb had already taken shape in his palm. It grew larger and larger, and the treasure aura and spiritual aura around it were instantly sucked in, forming a super vortex with the Yuan Qi bomb as its core. The 100-Clan Alliance expert's expression changed drastically as he watched the Yuan Qi bomb grow larger and larger, and he secretly cursed. How could he not understand that Yi Shiwen was just stalling for time just now? The Yuan Qi bomb was emitting waves of spiritual aura that made even his heart palpitate, like circles of ripples sweeping out in all directions. "Go to hell!" Yi Shiwen shouted, and the Yuan Qi bomb in his hand was instantly thrown out. Whoosh! The Yuan Qi bomb turned into a huge energy beam and shot out in an instant, tearing through the sky. Everywhere it passed, countless vacuum collapsed, and the scene was extraordinarily spectacular. Even space was distorted wildly, forming spirals that were driven by the Yuan Qi bomb. He watched as the vacuum in front of him shattered piece by piece like a broken mirror, breaking apart and turning into powder. How could he not know how terrifying that Yuan Qi bomb was? Even if he were to go all out, he would probably only be able to do something like that. A pair of real ether wings instantly unfurled behind him, intending to break away from the Yuan Qi bomb's trajectory. However, the air stirred up by the Yuan Qi bomb's waves was like a solid wall of air, sealing him off from all directions, leaving him unable to advance or retreat. There was not enough time for him to break free, and the Yuan Qi bomb was already upon him. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose in response. Chapter 1320. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. That elite of the 100 Races Alliance was hit by the Yuan Qi bullet on the spot, and his entire being was annihilated in the air currents of the explosion. "How dare you hurt me?" Accompanied by a deafening roar, a tyrannical voice tore through the air currents and came crashing down on Yi Shiwen with the force of Mount Tai. Boom! That huge hand slapped down on Yi Shiwen's body. While the 8 treasure heaven and earth cauldron appeared in time to protect Yi Shiwen, his entire being was still slapped to the ground like a cannonball. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's body was sent flying so quickly that there was a sharp piercing sound that pierced the eardrums of those around him. Boom! His body blasted directly into the ground, like a long spear, directly inserted into the ground, splitting it into pieces. Yi Shiwen's impact created a huge crater in a radius of 1,000 meters, with cracks spreading out in all directions with his body as the center. Everything happened too quickly. While it might seem like a long time, it was actually just the blink of an eye. From the moment that elite of the 100 Races Alliance who was half a step into Celestial Realm made his move, to when Yi Shiwen was sent flying to the ground, only a split second had passed. It was only then that everyone finally saw that master thought elite of the 100 Races Alliance who had rushed out of the turbulence. At that moment, there was no trace of the awe-inspiring aura he had before, and he looked extremely miserable. There were bloodstains all over his body. His chest had been directly hit by the Yuan Qi bullet, and it looked like several of his ribs were broken. His clothes were completely torn, and he was dripping with blood. He looked as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood. At that moment, his expression was one of extreme rage, having been completely infuriated by Yi Shiwen. In comparison, Yi Shiwen was not much better off. The ground beneath his feet had completely cracked and turned into sand. After that hateful blow, he was already bleeding from every orifice on his body, and his entire body was dark red. That was because all the pores on his body had been shattered, and it was still like that even with Yi Shiwen's tyrant body. One could only imagine how terrifying that blow had been. If it had been anyone else, they would have been killed long ago. His face was bleeding from all 7 apertures, and he looked exceptionally frightening. However, none of the people present dared to underestimate Yi Shiwen. If it were them, how many of them would dare to say that they could escape unscathed under such an attack? Not to mention, he was in the 8th heaven of the Transcendence realm. If it were them, they would be blasted to death on the spot. There was no other possibility. If they could not do it themselves, what right did they have to criticize him? Moreover, Yi Shiwen seemed to have the upper hand. While Yi Shiwen's 7 orifices were frighteningly bleeding, it was nothing compared to the injuries suffered by that 100 Races Alliance elite. After being hit by the essence bullet on the spot, it was impossible for anyone of the same level to survive. Even an expert at the mid-stage of the half-step sky human realm would have been killed by the blast long ago. Only an expert at the late stage of the half-step sky human realm would be able to resist it, albeit barely. However, if they were not careful, they would end up like this one, being gravely wounded. Everyone secretly looked at this scene, and they were secretly startled. This Yi Shiwen was far more tyrannical than they had imagined. He wasn't a cute kitten, but a lion cub that could bite people. Although this lion cub hadn't grown up yet, it was enough to bite people to death. This made many restless experts calm down all of a sudden. They weren't afraid of Yi Shiwen. Instead, they had to plan carefully before taking action. They had to choose a more favorable opportunity. They wouldn't act unscrupulously like they did just now. They didn't put Yi Shiwen in their eyes. Although it did not dispel the greedy thoughts in their hearts, they were also much more careful. They would not rush forward all at once, lest they end up benefiting others. To some extent, Yi Shiwen's goal of establishing his dominance had been achieved. Yi Shiwen stood on the ground that had turned into sand, and his ears were still buzzing. That attack just now was too terrifying. If it were not for the 8-treasure universe cauldron that had dissipated most of the power, he might have been seriously injured on the spot. In such a situation, combat power would not be of much use. The difference between their realms was too great. Even if his combat power was superior, it would be useless. When facing this expert of the 100 Races Alliance who was half a step into the celestial realm, he could only protect himself. That Yuan Qi bullet just now had drawn 1/3 of the real ether in his body in one go, and his body suddenly felt empty. There was no longer the bulging feeling when real ether filled his body. He did not have the divine, desolate blood fruit now, and the remaining energy of the divine, desolate blood fruit had long been consumed over the past year or so. With his own ability, even with the Phoenix regeneration technique, it was impossible for him to recover so much power in an instant. That was why the Yuan Qi bullet could only be used as his trump card and not as a regular method, because it would consume too much real ether. A regular Yuan Qi bullet would only consume 1/10 of his real ether. But a Yuan Qi bullet that only consumed 1/10 of his real ether would not be able to seriously injure this expert of the 100 Races Alliance. Moreover, the heaven imprisoning finger had consumed a lot of his real ether. Although this set of heaven-level martial arts did not consume as much as the Yuan Qi bullet, it was still not small. Such a series of combo attacks had directly drained most of the real ether in his body. Huff! 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 He was panting constantly. At first, his breath smelled of blood and even bloody foam, but after a dozen breaths, the smell of blood completely disappeared. Moreover, the bloodstains on his body began to dry up and scab, falling off his body completely. In just a dozen breaths, he had recovered to his peak state, while the expert of the 100 Races Alliance on the other side had only just stabilized his injuries. Although the degree of injury on both sides was different, the difference in strength between the two was still obvious. Everyone stared at Yi Shiwen, dumbfounded. Time and time again, Yi Shiwen had displayed a foundation that amazed everyone. Apart from his superb resistance, his healing ability alone was far more tyrannical than they had expected. At that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. There were many tyrannical experts elsewhere who were fighting over powerful divine items, but it was silent on this battlefield, and everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the two. Moreover, as the battle between the two fell into a standstill, everyone held their breath and waited. The expert of the 100 Races Alliance had just suppressed his injuries, and a forced battle would only worsen his injuries. On the other hand, Yishuin had yet to recover his real ether, so he did not want to act rashly. Both sides had their own scruples, and for a moment the scene was in a complete stalemate. The expert of the 100 Races Alliance glared at Yishuin with a cold and hateful gaze. He did not expect to fail miserably at such an easy task and suffer such a great loss at the hands of that brat. It was something he had not expected at all, and it was not just him. No one else had expected such a scene. Whoosh! Another few streams of light flew in this direction, wrapped around the divine items, and flew directly in this direction. It was only then that everyone remembered that the fight for the divine items in the treasure vault was not over yet, and it was not yet time to settle things with Yishuin. Seeing the divine items flying past them, everyone could not hold back and began to snatch them one after another. A terrifying battle broke out between them in an instant, with Celestial Realm experts and half-step Celestial Realm experts all engaged in a terrifying battle. In order to fight for the divine items, everyone's eyes were red with anxiety because they knew very well that this might be the last wave, and if they did not fight for it now, there might not be any left. Naturally, they would not hold back now. The battle between Yishuin and the half-step Celestial Realm expert of the 100 Races Alliance suddenly became secondary, a battle that no one paid attention to. The expert of the 100 Races Alliance looked at Yishuin with a somewhat ugly expression, somewhat hesitant. At this time, should he fight for the divine items that were flying over, or should he take care of this brat who caused him to fail miserably at such an easy task? It was a very difficult decision to make, and if he let Yishuin go, he would not be satisfied. Moreover, Yishuin still had so many divine items on him. However, if he were to continue in a stalemate with Yishuin, it would be impossible for him to take Yishuin down in a short time, judging from the current situation. This brat was as if he were made of iron, and he could not kill him even with that kind of attack. While he was still hesitating, the entire treasure vault began to spit out the last wave of divine items, and the entire treasure vault began to shake wildly. It was a scene of earth-shattering, and countless spiritual energies in the surroundings began to boil wildly. "It's coming." At this time, Yi Qiong, who had been a little careless in fighting for those divine items, suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes, as if what he had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. What happened before was nothing at all. Although he was a little careless, no one could compete with him, and as long as he had his eyes on something, he would definitely make a move. However, this was different, as it was the true purpose of him coming to the treasure vault. At the same time, Tang Tong Tian, Halianjuan, and Bing Wuji were suddenly in high spirits. The moment that these people had been waiting for together was finally coming, and the thing that they were really fighting for was finally coming out. Boom! 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 The entire treasure vault began to shake up and down as if it was shaken by a huge force, and then a dazzling light shot straight out of it. Chapter 13:21. Rumble! 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 The entire treasure vault seemed to be shaken by a huge force. It began to shake up and down. Then a dazzling light shot out from it. Immediately after, a stream of light shot out from the sky. It wrapped something and leaped out of the treasure vault. After this thing leaped out, the entire treasure vault stopped shaking. Everyone wanted to see what was spat out. However, the light was too dazzling. They couldn't see what it was. At the same time, Yi Qiong, Tang Tong Tian, Halianjuan, and Bing Wuji acted at the same time. They grabbed the ball of light almost at the same time. Hao Lianjuan was the first to grab it. His position was the closest because the ball of light was heading in his direction. He reached out with his hand and crushed the ball of light on the spot. However, the original appearance of the ball of light was revealed. It was an ancient word that exuded a simple and unadorned aura. Do. Yi Qianqian recognized this unadorned, tadpole-like word immediately. It was a very ancient word for do. Although the ancient barons had experienced millions of years of inheritance, the inheritance had never been broken. Hence, the words didn't change very frequently. There weren't many kinds of words in total. For these warriors who were successful in cultivation, their memory had been completely deepened. It wasn't a problem for them to remember these ancient words. Of course, due to the changes, only some ancient clans, such as the Yi clan, which had stood for countless years, could retain the systematic study of ancient words. Only the disciples of these powerful clans could really recognize various ancient words, as well as various treasures. This was an advantage that the individual cultivators couldn't compare to. The strength of these disciples from powerful clans was completely reflected in this aspect. They were erudite and knowledgeable. Compared to these people, the individual cultivators were like primary school students in front of professors. They lacked knowledge and didn't know many things. There were even some people who had obtained ancient books, but had no way of deciphering them. They had to think of a way to find someone to translate these ancient books. As for the children of powerful families, they might know a lot of ancient characters. Even if they encountered something they didn't understand, they could go to their sect elders. There was no problem at all. Just like now, there were also a large number of rogue cultivators who didn't recognize these ancient characters. At this time, those rich and powerful youngsters naturally had a sense of superiority because most of them could recognize these ancient characters. At this time, they looked at those rogue cultivators with slight contempt. They had enough capital and pride to look down on these rogue cultivators. Although Yi Shiwen had returned to the Yi clan, he didn't have the time to learn these trivial things. Just like the trip to the library in the true martial domain, Yi Shiwen became a knowledgeable person in one fell swoop. It was just that a lot of the knowledge he learned at that time wasn't necessarily practical in the ancient Barons continent. He suddenly realized that perhaps he really should take some time to learn all of this knowledge. Otherwise, he would just be a martial artist. A true martial artist would certainly have a profound cultivation, profound knowledge, and omniscient knowledge. This was inevitable. Those martial artists who only knew how to cultivate simply didn't know how to condense a domain, because they didn't even know what a domain was. How could they comprehend it, and how could they condense it? These were also things that complemented each other. Yi Shiwen felt that now was the time to learn. Although Yi Mo had been guiding him by the side, Yi Mo often only explained to him when he encountered something. He was like a master who could answer all kinds of questions, but when asked about the principles, he didn't know anything at all. Without going through the system's explanation, there was still a huge difference. Yi Shiwen looked at the treasury. He didn't expect that the last thing the treasury spat out would be such an ancient word. What's up with this ancient word? Yi Shiwen asked Yi Qianqian using secret sound transmission. Soon, Yi Qianqian's reply came through secret sound transmission. This ancient word is very old. It seems to be a language used in a certain era. It's very old, like the legendary divine text. In a distant era, this kind of language was popular for a period of time. Yi Shiwen was silent for a moment. He still knew these basics. No one could calculate the history of the ancient Barons continent. No one could live forever. Therefore, even a tyrant like the Yi clan couldn't possibly know how long the ancient Barons continent had been passed down. Even before the establishment of the Yi clan, there were still countless years of Baron era. Therefore, although it might take a very long time for a type of language to slowly evolve, after so many years, there were already a lot of these words. The closer the era was to the present, the easier it was to understand. The more ancient the era was, the more difficult it was to understand. Just like the word do, it was extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Otherwise, with Yi Shiwen's attainments, even if it wasn't a question that could be used in modern times, It wouldn't be a problem for him to guess this word based on the meaning and shape of the word. However, this word was clearly beyond his knowledge. In fact, it wasn't that the closer the era was to the present, the more perfect the language was. On the contrary, the more ancient the language was, the more ancient and mysterious it was. It even possessed many mysterious powers. The language itself was the embodiment of the great Tao. In fact, if the legendary divine text were to be casually spoken, it would possess great power that could suppress the enemy to death. However, that would also require the user to possess extremely high strength. As the distant mythological era passed, those words were slowly lost. This was because no one knew how to use them, and they couldn't use them at all. It was possible that they would explode and die before they could shout it out. Therefore, the language that was slowly evolved later on. The more modern the language was, the less powerful it was. So, the language had become a mere recording tool. However, there were still some almighty experts who could condense their own understanding of the Tao into a word. It wasn't the divine text of the mythological era. However, at this point, the form of the language was only the appearance. The real essence was still the embodiment of the true great Tao contained within. These words were different from ordinary words. They were the so-called Tao text. However, these were things that only existed in myths and legends for the current Yishuan. With his current cultivation, even if he tried his best, it would be impossible for him to summarize his own Tao into a word. Not to mention those in the myths and legends who condense their own experiences into Tao runes and then combine them into a mental cultivation method. That kind of cultivation was absolutely shocking. Yi Shiwen remembered the word Wu in his mind. He sank into it, and sure enough, the word Wu was still there. Along with the appearance of the word Dou, the word Wu began to shine with a strong light, as if it wanted to resonate with the word Dou. Whenever the word Wu trembled violently, the mysterious space in his mind would erupt with a burst of 7-colored divine light, instantly suppressing the word Wu. Obviously, the word Wu was also a Tao rune, but it was copied from the Martial Path tablet. A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that all the martial arts on the Martial Path tablet were derived from the word Wu? This was not impossible. The word Wu was obviously the essence of a certain almighty expert's understanding of martial arts. It might be a fusion of all the martial arts he had learned. It was like a compressed package on a computer in his previous life. There might be a lot of things in this compressed package, and under certain circumstances, it could also be decompressed. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a little excited when he thought of the countless martial arts on the martial Tao tablet. If he could thoroughly understand the word Wu, these martial arts would just be at his fingertips. It would be nothing at all. Even if he practiced many martial arts in the future, it would be very convenient. Because of this, he couldn't let the word Wu be exposed. Although this was a copy from the mysterious space, once it was exposed, one could imagine how much trouble it would cause. Whether it was Yi Qiong, Tang Tongtian, Bing Wuji, or Hao Lianjuan, all of them were fighting over this Tao text. If they knew that he had the Tao text, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps Tang Tongtian would even have the thought of tearing him apart. This Tao rune is mine. Hao Lianjuan laughed loudly, and a superior aura spread out in all directions. Don't even think about it. How dare you? In your dreams. Suddenly, a large number of shouts came from behind, and all kinds of attacks blasted towards Hao Lianjuan at the same time. Not only Tang Tongtian, Yi Qiong, Bing Wuji, and many other celestial realm experts also attacked in an instant. They also coveted this Tao text. Although they didn't come prepared like Yi Qiong and the other two, they simply came for the word fighting. But now that they saw it, how could they let it go so easily? If they could snatch a Tao text, whether it was for their own use or to sell it, it would be invaluable, especially if it was used for one's own comprehension. One's state of mind and comprehension would probably have a huge improvement in a short time. And at this time, suddenly, a cold shout came from Hao Lianjuan's body. The qi on his body turned into a big hand, grabbing towards all kinds of attacks. Bang! 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 These attacks didn't even touch Hao Lianjuan's body, and they were all crushed by the Qi hands. And when Hao Lianjuan was about to grab the word fighting in his hand, a cold palm suddenly shrouded him, as if it wanted to freeze him in an instant. Chapter 1322. It was Bing Wuji. He directly froze Hao Lianjuan with a palm, and then a few more figures leaped over. Bang! Hao Lianjuan broke the ice almost immediately, but at this time he was stopped and he had already lost the upper hand. A group of experts had already pounced over, but he was still the one at the forefront. In an instant, a huge hand flew out, turning into a monstrous giant hand that seemed to cover the sky, directly grabbing towards the fighting character. Boom! However, a sharp sword Qi swept over, and Yi Qiong threw out a sword Qi, blasting that monstrous giant hand. Everyone was attacking and no one held back. Everyone knew that this fighting character was priceless. If they could understand the secret of this fighting character, their strength would be able to make huge breakthroughs in a short period of time. This kind of Dao rune was the condensation of all the blood and sweat of a great expert, and it was the complete essence. This fighting character was surrounded by waves of Dao runes. Clang! Clang! Boom! All kinds of terrifying sounds and explosions were shuttling back and forth. In this kind of situation, it was useless to say anything. It all depended on one's own strength. Three brothers, I want this fighting character. I owe you a favor, and I will definitely repay you in the future. How about it? At this time, Tung Tong Tian took the lead and shouted. He was not in a hurry to fight for it, because he knew very well that, in the situation where everyone was fighting and restraining each other, even if he rushed up, the chances of getting it were not very high. It was better to discuss it with the four of them first. As for the other Celestial Realm experts, they were completely ignored by him. Compared to the four of them, those Celestial Realm experts were much weaker, and the four of them did not really care about them at all. These four could be considered as the most powerful experts in the entire treasure vault. This could be counted as the first time the four of them fought together, and it would probably be the last time in this treasure vault. However, none of the Sky Human Stage experts were willing to give up. At that moment, the fight character in the middle had been locked down by everyone's divine sense. It was locked up in the middle of the sky, making it impossible for it to move. That place had become a forbidden area for everyone. No one dared to casually break into that place. That was the equivalent of a dead end. A favor? Ting Tong Tian, you think too highly of yourself. How much do you think a favor of yours is worth? In my eyes, it's not even worth half a dime, let alone this priceless Dao rune. You think too highly of yourself. Hao Lianjuan laughed loudly, trying his best to mock Tung Tong Tian. Tung Tong Tian's face alternated between green and white from the mockery, but he didn't do anything. He knew very well that he couldn't really fight against everyone alone, so he had to use this method. Whether it was Bing Wuji, Hao Lianjuan, or Yi Qiong, they were no match for Yao Ruo. In fact, they were even slightly stronger than him. At this time, the city wall was not the best way. At that moment, a figure directly rushed in. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he grabbed the fight character. It turned out to be an expert of the Sky Human Stage. He took advantage of the time when the experts were restraining each other and directly made his move. It was undeniable that he also seized the opportunity very accurately, seizing the gap between these people. Although there were four experts in front of them, how could these experts of the Sky Human Stage give up so easily? As long as they seized the opportunity, they would attack with all their strength. If they could seize the fight character, then there was definitely hope that they could be on equal footing with these four experts in the future. If they could comprehend the essence of the character, their future would be limitless. Moreover, at this time, when they looked at the fight character, their eyes were already a little red. Go away! Hao Lianjuan suddenly became furious. A long halberd appeared in her hand, and the long halberd suddenly shot out in an instant. The expert of the sky human stage didn't even have time to touch the fight character before he was instantly pierced by the long halberd and nailed to the ground. The corpse struggled for a while, and then completely stopped moving. There was no vitality in it. The death of this person completely stimulated those experts of the sky human stage, making them sober up a lot. Indeed, they were experts of the sky human stage. For those experts of the half-step sky human stage outside, they were almost existences that could take whatever they wanted. They were almost invincible like gods. However, in addition to them, there were also 4 great fierce gods here, and the strength of any one of them was far superior to these people. Just now, when Hao Lianjuan made his move, many people couldn't even see the traces clearly. They only saw that the unlucky expert of the sky human stage was nailed to the ground. This was an expert of the sky human stage. Their corpses could be said to be a great treasure, but now they were killed by Hao Lianjuan so casually. Suddenly they had a feeling of flinching. However, it was just this feeling. It was absolutely impossible to make them retreat. At most, they would change from the original bravery to attacking secretly. Everyone was afraid of each other and did not dare to make a move. Instead, it formed a strange balance, but everyone knew that this balance could not last forever. After spitting out that ancient character, the treasure house was also about to close. If they did not get out, they would not have a chance to get out in this lifetime. This treasure house would only open once in tens of thousands of years. If they could not get out in time, it would be equivalent to courting death in this place. Yi Shiwen, you must get that ancient character. At that moment, Yi Mo's voice appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind. All of his attention was on the expert of the 100 Races Alliance in front of him. The sudden appearance of Yi Mo's voice gave him a fright. However, he immediately smiled bitterly. Didn't he see what was going on over there? The 4 great fierce gods were fighting over that ancient character. Even if an expert of the sky human stage went over, it would still be a dead end, let alone a puny law manifestation like him. As long as he dared to go in, he would become the focus of everyone's attacks. Even Yi Qiong, who had just saved him, would probably make a move to kill this arrogant brat. This ancient character might have been left behind by an almighty, just like your Wu character. Although this kind of ancient character can't be compared to the Tao character naturally formed by the Great Way, it's still very close to the Tao character. Although people nowadays call them Tao characters, they're actually not Tao characters. They're pseudo-Tao characters that were condensed by some almighty to imitate Tao characters. Tao characters are truly immortal. Once they're born, they'll never be obliterated. However, these pseudo-Tao characters are different. Generally speaking, the more powerful an almighty is, the longer the pseudo-Tao characters left behind will be maintained. Yi Mo said with some excitement, Tao text is truly immortal and truly unique. There will only be one word, Tao text, in the world. If this word exists, then it will not appear in other places. However, even if it is a pseudo-Tao text, if you can obtain this fighting character and combine it with your martial character to form the 2 fighting characters, you will be able to comprehend a little bit of it, and your cultivation will soar. Yi Mo was still talking incessantly. Clearly, he had been awakened from his long slumber by the fluctuations of the fighting character. Yi Shiwen was somewhat speechless. Wasn't it courting death to compete for this fighting character at this time? However, Yi Mo's words had reminded him of how the martial character in his mind had come about. Wasn't it copied by that mysterious space? If this martial character could be copied, then what about this fighting character? Could it also be copied? If he could copy it, then he wouldn't need to compete with those fierce celestial being experts. It would undoubtedly be much safer. True Tao runes were unique and could not be replicated. There could only be replicas created by almighty beings. However, that was not the same thing as replicas. Replicas were replicas that had replicated the core of the Tao runes. They were exactly the same. Just like his martial character, It was quietly lying in his mind, suppressed by the mysterious space. Thinking of this, he immediately began to act without any hesitation. He directly looked at that fighting character. At the same time, he began to urge that mysterious space and began to try to analyze the fighting character. Sure enough, Yi Shiwen's eyes soon fell into a state of confusion. It was as if his entire being had been sucked into that fighting character. It was as if he was swimming in the ocean of the fighting character. Unlike the martial character contained countless martial arts principles and was incomparably profound. The essence of the fighting character was in that fighting character. Fighting against the heavens was endless joy. Fighting against the earth was endless joy. Fighting against others was endless joy. There were also all kinds of combat techniques that played out in front of him like a movie. His entire being seemed to be completely immersed in it. And that phenomenon was almost immediately noticed by that expert from the 100 Races Alliance. "Kid, I think you're really courting death. To think that you'd actually have an epiphany at this time." He grinned. Although for many martial artists, epiphany was something that was hard to encounter in their lifetime, and once they encountered it, they should be ecstatic. However, it also depended on the situation. Under normal circumstances, they should be happy, but to have an epiphany in this situation, wasn't it the same as handing over their life to others? If this wasn't courting death, then what was it? Almost instantly, he made his move and grabbed at Yi Shiwen. His eagle-like claws were aimed directly at Yi Shiwen's neck as if he was going to break it on the spot. And at that very moment, whoosh! A sharp sword aura pierced through the air. A snow-white sword aura directly slashed down from the sky, and the 100 Races Alliance expert's claws were chopped off on the spot. "Ah, my hand!" He screamed again and again at once, clutching his broken arm and screaming incessantly. Just then, another sword aura came right after him. Chapter 13:23. Uft! The sound of sword chi-piercing flesh was heard, and that elite of the 100 Race Alliance did not even have time to react or cry out in pain before he was cut in half on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Qianshan's figure floated over, and stood guard by Yi Shiwen's side like a fairy floating in the air. However, the blood dripping from the snow jade sword in her hand clearly told everyone that she would kill people too. There was no coldness in her expression, only determination. Those who had planned to take advantage of the situation to attack Yi Shiwen now noticed Yi Qianshan, the fairy-like woman floating in the air. It was different from how she looked when she was fighting for the divine items just now. Her expression was solemn like never before. At that moment, anyone who wanted to make a move against Yi Shiwen would have to go through Yi Qianshan first. They could ignore Yi Shiwen, but they could not ignore Yi Qianshan. That elite of the 100 Race Alliance was a good example. He could not even withstand a single blow from Yi Qianshan before he was cut in half on the spot. At that moment, everyone was a little gloomy. With Yi Qianshan standing guard here, it would be troublesome for them to make a move against Yi Shiwen. Meanwhile, all the Celestial Realm elites had entered into fighting mode again. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they could not come over. At that moment, they could only watch helplessly as Yi Qianshan guarded Yi Shiwen, unable to do anything. Or rather, in their eyes, Yi Qianshan was not guarding a person, but a pile of treasures, especially those hundreds of divine items, which made them exceptionally jealous. "Yi Qianshan, do you really want to go against all of us?" At that moment, a half-step Celestial Realm elite asked. "As long as you let him hand over those hundreds of divine items, we promise not to make things difficult for you." There were also some who were rather wary of the Yi clan's power. After all, the Yi clan had also sent a top-notch elite, Yi Qiong, this time. With Yi Qiong around, it was like a nuclear deterrent. Yi Qianshan didn't say anything. She just let the aftermath of the battle between the Celestial Realm experts blow on her body. Her white clothes fluttered, just like a celestial being. Her expression became even colder. She didn't change because of these people's words, but her meaning had already been conveyed very clearly. The faces of those half-step celestial realm experts were a bit ugly. Yi Qianshan was like a stubborn stone. No matter what they said, it was impossible to move her. If he wanted to make it through, he would have to pass through Yi Qianshan. Let's attack together. I don't believe that she can block all of us by herself. When the time comes, we'll split the divine objects equally. Not only this brat who intercepted us, but even Yi Qianshan also has a lot of divine objects. I don't believe that the law doesn't punish the masses. The Yi family won't do anything to us. At this time, an expert suggested. As soon as this was said, suddenly many people began to become restless. They were wary of the existence of the Yi family, especially the existence of Yi Qiong. For them, the existence of the Yi family was simply like the existence of a big killing machine. Secondly, they were afraid of Yi Qianshan's fighting strength, the strength of which could easily slaughter any one of them. However, if everyone attacked together, they would be able to push Yi Qianshan to the ground. Moreover, the law doesn't punish the masses. The Yi family wouldn't really do anything to them. Thinking of this, everyone's mind suddenly became active, and then, in an instant, all of them rushed in the direction of Yi Qianshan and Yi Shiwen, for fear that they would not be able to grab the divine object if they were too slow. Facing these experts flying over, Yi Qianshan's expression didn't change at all. Boom! Another shocking sword aura swept out from his body. The snow jade sword in his hand buzzed intensely, as if it had sensed the hostility from these people. The sky was instantly filled with wind and snow. Go to hell! At that moment, an expert half a step into the sky-being realm took the lead and arrived before Yi Qianshan. In an instant, he turned into tens of thousands of shadowy figures in the sky, filling up the entire sky. It was as if the entire sky was his. However, only one of them was the real him. If one couldn't distinguish it accurately, they might be besieged to death. Although these were all illusions, they had real fighting strength. Yi Qianshan's body didn't move. With her slender body, she blocked in front of Yi Shiwen. The snow jade sword in her hand seemed to have a mind of its own. In an instant, it shot out a sword light that directly cut through the sky, instantly piercing the void on Yi Qianshan's left side. Just when everyone thought that it missed, suddenly, a stream of blood flowed down from the void, followed by a figure falling from the void. There was a big hole in his chest, from which blood continuously flowed out. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Qianshan, dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine how his illusion technique had been seen through by Yi Qianshan. Your illusion technique is indeed very clever. Maybe you can fool me, but how can you fool it? Yi Qianshan said lightly. This time, she was able to kill him because of the snow jade sword. Bang! The expert fell from the sky, and on the spot, it was like a small mountain had fallen, creating a huge pit in the ground. Each of these experts had tyrannical cultivation, and it was unknown how many times their bodies had been tempered. Their muscles were very tight. Although it didn't seem like much, each of them was very heavy. This expert had been killed by Yi Qianshan, but the other experts didn't stop besieging Yi Qianshan. These experts' cultivation was not lower than Yi Qianshan's, and each of them was at the peak of the late stage of the celestial realm. At this time, when all of them attacked together, even Yi Qianshan couldn't block all of them. Fortunately, she had the snow jade sword. At this time, the snow jade sword had just been subdued, and at this time it erupted with a terrifying power. In front of the snow jade sword, those who thought that they were extraordinary, one after another, rushed forward to die. One by one, they died under the snow jade sword. However, these people's deaths didn't make these people afraid. On the contrary, it stimulated them even more. Under the joint attack of these people, Yi Qianshan also gradually began to be unable to hold on, and the snow jade sword's defensive range gradually began to shrink. At this time, the fight for the word of fighting was also gradually coming to an end. Among the celestial realm experts, the ones who really had the ability to fight for it were Yi Qiong, Tongtian, Bingwuji, and Halianjuan. The other celestial realm experts finally realized the huge gap between them and were completely reduced to the existence of bystanders. Although there was no lack of people who wanted to take advantage of the situation, it was easier said than done to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, they all had a large number of experts supporting them, and there were many celestial realm experts among them. If any one of them could get the word of fighting, then there was absolutely no possibility of it being taken away by others. Among the four of them, Yi Qiong's strength was firmly above that of the other three, and he was able to block the three of them. Everyone understood that the outcome of the battle was about to be decided. At this time, it was only Bingwuji, Halianjuan, and Tongtian who were unwilling to give up and were still fighting. After a while, perhaps the word of fighting would completely fall into Tongtian's hands. Boom! 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 The fight between these four ferocious gods was extremely terrifying for everyone. Even those who were half a step into the celestial realm could be injured if they were close. Those celestial realm experts also had to use all their strength to protect themselves. Even if they were all in the celestial realm, there was still a huge gap between their strength. On the other side, Yi Qianqian was completely at a disadvantage. Facing the surprise attack of dozens or even hundreds of experts who were half a step into the celestial realm, she could not completely block it. And at this time, a terrifying and majestic aura descended on the battlefield, directly crushing down on Yi Qianqian. The snow jade sword on Yi Qianqian's body instantly exploded with a terrifying sword force, rushing up to the sky, as if it was automatically protecting its owner, but also as if it did not allow anyone to provoke it. In an instant, that sword force rushed up to the sky, instantly dispersing that majestic and terrifying aura. Then, another figure directly rushed in. It was a middle-aged man with a dark face, a somewhat skinny figure, and a small mustache on his face, looking a bit wretched. Hand over the divine item, hee. The wretched, middle-aged man laughed strangely, and a tyrannical aura swept out from his body, and scrupulously. He was actually a celestial realm expert. After the autonomous fight for the word fighting was hopeless, he instantly joined the fight for the divine item on Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen actually had hundreds of divine items on him, which was more than what he had. How could he be happy? He was just a kid at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm. How could he have so many divine items? It was really a good opportunity sent to him by the heavens. Although he could not get the word fighting, if he could get these hundreds of divine items, it would not be a wasted trip. Seeing this celestial realm expert make his move, all the experts in the late stage of the celestial realm who were still besieging Yi Qianqian were as quiet as cicadas in winter. They were very clear about the tyrannical and terrifying power of a celestial realm expert. Isn't that the Wang clan's celestial realm expert, Wang Tiansuo? Didn't he go to fight for the word fighting? Why did he suddenly come back? Not good. The fight for the word fighting is about to come to an end. Yi Qiong of the Yi clan has the absolute upper hand, and the winner will be decided soon. These experts, who were originally besieging Yi Qianqian, only now noticed that Yi Qiong had the absolute upper hand, and seeing that he was about to get the word fighting, their hearts involuntarily tightened. Chapter 1324. They originally wanted to take advantage of the time difference. They were all very clear that if those celestial realm experts still had a chance, then they who were half a step into the celestial realm definitely had no chance. If they went in, they would only be killed by those celestial realm experts. Therefore, instead of thinking about the word fight, it was better to make the first move, kill Yi Shiwen, and seize the hundreds of divine objects from him. They had also noticed that, from the beginning, there were actually quite a few celestial realm experts who had also noticed Yi Shiwen over here, and they definitely wanted to make a move. Therefore, if they wanted to make a move, they could only take advantage of the time difference. While these heaven realm masters were fighting for the word fight, they could directly make a move and seize all the divine objects in Yi Shiwen's hands first. And seeing that they were about to succeed, even if Yi Qianqian had the snow jade sword in her hand, under the collective siege of the Heaven Realm Masters. Relying on the power of the Snow Jade Sword, she was constantly forced to retreat. However, they did not expect Wang Tianxua to appear at this time. Moreover, he directly attacked Yi Qianshan. This completely shocked everyone. If a celestial realm expert intervened, all their efforts would undoubtedly be in vain. All their previous efforts would be in vain, and in the end, they would all be benefiting these celestial realm experts. Wang Tianxua looked at Yi Qianshan with a strange smile, and there was even a somewhat obscene look in his eyes. The Wang clan and the Yi clan were originally sworn enemies. At this time, with such a good opportunity, how could Wang Tianxua give it up? Yi Qianshan frowned slightly, and her pretty face showed a bit of a look of disgust. This trace of disgust was caught by Wang Tianxua, and he suddenly became angry. Although he was indeed a bit obscene, the dignity of a Heaven Realm Master could not be violated. Boom! He did not make any other superfluous movements, but just slammed down on the spot with a big hand. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared. The entire void completely collapsed, and it did not collapse rapidly, but bit by bit, shrouding Yi Qianshan bit by bit. That terrifying power, even those experts who were half a step into the Heaven Realm could feel it from far away. Everyone could feel Wang Tianxua's vicious heart. She wanted to force Yi Qianshan to make a choice. She didn't rush to make a decision. Instead, she slowly made a decision and waited for Yi Qianshan's choice. If she chose to resist stubbornly, then she would die. If she chose to evade, then Yi Shiwen would die. He would be killed on the spot by Wang Tianxua. This was simply a monkey's trick. In other words, Wang Tianxua did not take Yi Qianshan seriously at all. She was simply toying with her like a monkey. In other words, she had to use this method to see Yi Qianshan completely collapse. At this time, everyone was worried for Yi Qianshan. Even if they were besieging Yi Qianshan just now, they were conscious that compared to Wang Tianxua, they were still relatively nobler. Moreover, Wang Tianxua's attack at this time was clearly to snatch the prey. Although they could not compete with Wang Tianxua, this did not prevent them from cheering for Yi Qianshan in their hearts. In front of everyone's eyes, Yi Qianshan did not leave on the spot as many people thought she would. Saving her life was more important. Instead, she chose to resist stubbornly. The snow jade sword in her hand seemed to have integrated into her body. Immediately, a burst of powerful sword chi erupted from her body. It crazily swept over the top of her head, forming a vortex of sword chi. Then it directly turned into a huge ice sword and instantly slashed down on Wang Tianxua. Boom! The huge ice sword and Wang Tianxua's big hand collided fiercely. For a moment, the entire void completely collapsed. Ice fragments swirled in the air, and it was completely blown away. Immediately after, an even bigger collision swept out boundless waves of air, sweeping out layer by layer. Wallalala! At this time, Yi Qianshan and Yi Shiwen's clothes were frantically fluttering. That terrifying pressure swept from above and below. That huge ice sword firmly blocked the whole big hand. Although the power of the snow jade sword was extraordinary, the gap between the celestial realm and the half-step celestial realm was like heaven and earth. Even though Yi Qianshan had done her best, she could only barely block Wang Tianxua's big hand. Little girl with character, I like it. A somewhat wretched smile appeared on Wang Tianxua's face as he said that he increased the input of spiritual ether. The big hand that was originally blocked by the huge ice sword began to slowly press down. As it pressed down inch by inch, the entire sky also collapsed inch by inch. This kind of slow scene was far more shocking than the scenes of rapid collapses. And under the continuous pressure of Wang Tianxua, Yi Qianshan, who was originally upright and slender, began to slightly tremble. She was like a weak woman supporting a collapsing wall. Bit by bit, the range of the huge ice sword was shrinking bit by bit. It was completely compressed. Everyone was also watching and waiting to see how long Yi Qianqian could hold on. Although many people were very clear that Wang Tianxua had not used his full strength and was just playing with Yi Qianqian, even so, for the experts in the late stage of the half-step celestial realm, it was still a disaster. Little girl, as long as you surrender and hand over this boy, I will let bygones be bygones and let you go. How about it? The wretched smile on Wang Tianxua's face also disappeared a little. He did not expect that Yi Qianqian could hold on so much. If it was an ordinary expert in the late stage of the half-step celestial realm, they would not be able to stop it at all. At this time, they would have already run away. Who was this boy to her? Was it worth it? This thought instantly appeared in the minds of the experts in the late stage of the half-step celestial realm. They had been cultivating for many years, and even entering the celestial realm was only half a step away. However, it seemed that they had not felt this kind of emotion for a long time. They were willing to sacrifice for someone like this. The higher the cultivation, the more they could understand what it meant to be lonely at the top. Many of their former companions and friends had also slowly left them. At this time, many people began to worry about Yi Qianqian. The gap between the experts in the half-step celestial realm and the celestial realm was too big. Facing Wang Tianxua's words, Yi Qianqian did not answer, but there was a bit of disdain in her expression. She said, "Today's matter, I will repay you in the future." This sentence was like trying to be brave. Generally, as long as one was wise, he wouldn't say such a thing. This was often said by the weak, but the weak were often the ones with the least human rights. Therefore, people often held an attitude of ridicule towards such words. However, the target was Yi Qianqian. No one felt that it was so difficult, and no one felt that it was impossible. Everyone had seen Yi Qianqian's cultivation and strength. As long as she developed smoothly, it was only a matter of time before she entered the celestial realm in the future. At that time, it was really possible to repay her. Wang Tianxua's expression suddenly changed. How could he not think of what everyone thought? At this time, a bit of killing intent flashed across his face. Originally, he did not take Yi Qianqian seriously. Even 10 Yi Qianqian could not threaten him. But now that he thought about it, it was impossible for Yi Qianqian to threaten him now. But it would not be possible in the future. With the cultivation of the late stage of the half-step celestial realm, she could compete with him until now. This potential was amazing, and her future achievements were simply limitless. Such a person was a great threat to him and to the Wang family. For public and private reasons, he must get rid of her. At this time, the first thing that came to his mind was not the hundreds of divine objects on Yishuan. For him, although these divine objects were important, at this time the most important thing was to kill Yi Qianqian. Once all the experts of the Yi family were free, then there would be no more opportunity. Sure enough, at this time, seeing that Wang Tianxua was about to kill Yi Qianqian, the experts of the Yi family shouted one after another, "Stop, Wang Tianxua, you dare to hurt her! Wang Tianxua, do you dare to be a man and bully our younger generation? If you have the ability, then come and fight with me." However, at this time, the experts of the Yi family were some distance away, and they could not catch up in a short time. Moreover, Wang Tianxua did not have any intention of stopping, so they could only watch Wang Tianxua press his palm down bit by bit, as if he wanted to crush Yi Qianqian to death. Pucci! The palm pressed down another 10 feet, and Yi Qianqian finally could not resist any more. Her pretty face turned red, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time she had been injured since she came here, but she did not regret it. On the contrary, she spat out all the blood essence on the snow jade sword. The snow jade sword suddenly burst with endless light, and once again stabilized the situation, blocking the big hand. Damn it! Wang Tianxua suddenly felt a little angry. Yi Qianqian was too stubborn, and he did not feel any sense of accomplishment. He did not feel like he was playing with people in the palm of his hand. Especially, he thought that he could see through people's hearts. But this was the first time that he had failed with Yi Qianshan. He thought that Yi Qianshan would decisively give up on him, but he did not expect that she would not. His big hand instantly turned into a big seal and directly smashed down from the sky. It seemed as if it wanted to smash a big hole in the sky and directly smashed down towards Yi Qianshan. He had already lost his patience, and he was like a cat playing with a mouse before eating it. Now he had lost his patience, and he wanted to smash her to death on the spot to prevent the experts of the Yi family from escaping. Yi Qianshan looked at the big seal that was smashing down, and her pretty face was still stubborn. At this critical moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and a hand penetrated through it, and grabbed Yi Qianshan's white and tender hand, and instantly pulled her out of the big seal. Chapter 13:25. Boom! That huge palm print ruthlessly slammed onto the ground. Boom! The entire ground was smashed into a huge pit, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. When the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone found that Yi Qianshan, who should have been killed, was actually standing on the side unharmed. And beside her, Yi Shiwen was holding her hand and had just stabilized himself. "Are you stupid?" Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Qianshan and said. He was slightly moved, and a different kind of feeling grew in his heart. Seeing Yi Qianshan risking her life for him, how could he not feel something in his heart? He could not help but blame himself for being too greedy. If he did not want to copy the fighting character, he would not have ended up like this. Fortunately, he completed the copying of the fighting character at the last moment and escaped from that state, so he could directly rescue Yi Qianshan at that critical moment. If he had been late for even a second, the whole consequences would have been unimaginable. At this time, in front of the mysterious space in Yi Shiwen's mind, in addition to the martial character, there was also a huge fighting character blooming with colorful light, echoing with the martial character. Especially the two fighting characters, which were juxtaposed together, were flashing with a mysterious halo. These two ancient characters not only had supreme comprehension value, but most importantly, if these two ancient characters could be refined, they could even be used to suppress and kill the enemy with infinite power. Yi Qianshan just smiled. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and a pair of bright and beautiful eyes just looked at Yi Shiwen. If it were him, he would also do the same, just like when Yi Shiwen fought Ting Yang. Knowing that he was not a match, didn't he still hold him back? Damn it! Wang Tiansuo saw that both Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan were fine, and suddenly became furious. He, a celestial being realm master, actually failed to kill Yi Shiwen, which was simply a great shame. Wang Tiansuo, do you still want to touch the people of Yi clan under our eyes? At this time, several celestial being realm masters of Yi clan had already arrived, blocking in front of Wang Tiansuo. Wang Tiansuo's eyes were a bit cold. He did not expect that in that situation, Yi Shiwen would still be able to escape. However, there was no other way at this time. The experts of Yi clan had already arrived. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan were already 100% safe. You two did well. Ha ha ha, piss them off. At that moment, a sky human realm expert from the Yi family laughed loudly and said. He ignored the ugly expressions on the faces of the surrounding experts who had been plotting for Yi Shiwen's divine objects. Since when did these experts from the Yi family care about these people? Only Wang Tiansuo was still valued by them, but now the Wang family didn't have any powerful experts. Would they dare to have a big conflict with the Yi family at this time? Just wait for the entire army to be annihilated. On the other side, Yi Qiong had completely suppressed the three of them. Tung Tong Tian and the other two roared, but they could not turn the situation around. They could only watch as Yi Qiong suppressed them. For the three of them, being suppressed by Yi Qiong was tantamount to a great humiliation. Originally, they were on guard against each other, but at this time, they could not care so much anymore. They quickly cooperated with each other. At their level, they were naturally not unfamiliar with joint attack techniques. The three of them joined forces and slightly turn the situation around. However, overall, the balance of victory was still getting closer and closer to Yi Qiong. As Yi Qiong waved his hands, the entire sky was torn apart. Countless airwaves swept up, collapsing the vacuum. Every attack seemed to be able to shatter the sky. It was very terrifying. Yi Qiong, who was fighting against 3 people alone, moved so fast that it was almost invisible. His figure was tall and sturdy like a real god. However, even so, no one dared to underestimate the 3 people who were being suppressed. The strength of these 3 people was undoubtedly top-notch, but it also depended on who they were compared to. Compared to Yi Qiong, they did not have an advantage, but compared to them, they could still be easily slaughtered like weeds. Everyone could only stay far away from the battlefield of these 4 people, because if they were too close, there was a chance that they would be shocked to death alive. Yi Shiwen also pulled Yi Qianqian to the side. With one hand on her back, he channeled qi into her. Accompanied by a long cry of phoenix, her injuries quickly recovered. The internal injuries that were originally caused by Wang Tianzao were also rapidly recovering. Yi Qianqian did not resist. She was not unfamiliar with Yi Shiwen's phoenix regeneration technique. When they were still in the blood world, Yi Shiwen had used this technique to heal her injuries. In less than a dozen breaths, Yi Qianqian's internal injuries had mostly healed. Are you stupid? If I didn't pull you out at the last moment, you would have been killed. Yi Shiwen could not help but complain. Didn't you also try to stall Tingyang for me? Yi Qianqian's bright eyes looked at Yi Shiwen. There was a hint of a smile in the corner of her eyes. There was a bit of naughtiness, completely different from her usual cold image. You too, we're going to retreat first. Do you want to go with us? Just when Yi Shiwen wanted to say a few more words, an expert of Yi clan secretly transmitted his voice into the minds of both of them. Now that the treasury has spat out the last ancient characters, I'm afraid that it won't be long before it closes. If we don't leave now, then it's possible that we will be locked inside forever. Yi Shiwen heard this and looked at the masters of the major forces around him. Even the individual cultivators were already preparing to leave. In the entire world of the treasure house, they were already the last batch of people to leave. As for Yi Qiong and the others, their strength was the best among these people. Naturally, there was no need to worry about this problem. The 2 looked at each other and immediately made up their minds to follow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, a stream of light cut through the vast sky and directly rushed towards the exit. For ordinary people, this world was already so big that there was no end to it. However, for these masters who were going all out to escape, it was not that far. In just one day and one night, everyone was already close to the entrance of the entire world of the treasure house. The entire treasure house had already begun to shake violently. The space channel in front of everyone was also shrinking bit by bit. Soon it would completely close. Everyone began to feel a little anxious. Some people looked behind them, not knowing when the 4 people would catch up. Especially the people of the Yi clan, they were a little anxious. The treasure house was about to close, but there was still no news of Yi Qiong. Although the ancient word was very precious, it was not worth it to lose a genius of the 5 hegemons level. However, just as everyone was about to rush out of the world of the treasure house and enter the space channel, suddenly a figure directly rushed over. Ha ha ha! Yi Qiong let out a hearty laugh as he rushed over from afar, chasing after the stars and the moon. Seeing him, everyone of the Yi clan finally heaved a sigh of relief, including Yi Shiwen. Although he did not have any friendship with Yi Qiong, no matter what, when Ting Tong Tian wanted to attack him, it was also Yi Qiong who spoke up to help. Yi Shiwen secretly remembered this favor. Behind Yi Qiong, Tung Tongtian, Bing Wuji, and Hao Lianjuan were a little embarrassed, like roosters who had lost a fight. Obviously, the fight for the ancient word had come to an end. Who won and who lost was already very obvious. Although Yi Tianqiong and the others were the last to arrive, their speed was obviously much faster than everyone else. In just a short while, they had already rushed out of the world of the treasure house and rushed into the space channel. Yi Qiong, today's matter. I will definitely repay you in the future. At this time, from the space channel came Tung Tongtian's unwilling voice. Then come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Qiong's voice came from the space channel with a bit of a smile. Obviously, he did not really care about them. 3 against 1. They could not do anything to him, and in the end, they let him obtain the fighting word. What else could they say? After a short while, Yi Shiwen and the others also arrived at the space channel. Boom! The entire world of the treasure house rumbled, and the space door that seemed to have split open completely closed. In the space channel, everyone also went their separate ways, going in different directions. Soon, only the Yi clan was left. The Yi clan's faces were full of joy. This trip to the treasure house. As one of the initiators, the Yi clan had gained a lot, especially in the last fight for the divine object in the treasure house. Everyone in the Yi clan had gained a lot. Although it was not as much as Yi Shiwen, it was not less than Yi Qianshan, and this was the result of their collective distribution. Not to mention that Yi Qiong had obtained the fighting word in the end. This time, it could be said to be a great harvest. This time, Qiong was able to obtain the fighting word because of everyone's help. Thank you very much. At this time, Yi Qiong cupped his hands and said, there was not the slightest trace of arrogance on his face. This was completely different from the arrogant look of those top experts that Yi Shiwen had seen. Everyone hurriedly replied humbly. They had only played a role in restraining those people from the side. The one who had truly won the battle was Yi Qiong, who had fought 1 against 3 and completely defeated all 3 of them. In the end, he had been able to snatch the fighting character. As for Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan, they did not help much. Everyone looked at Yi Qiong with some envy. No matter what, in the end, he had obtained the fighting word. If he could comprehend a thing or 2, his cultivation would soar. He was originally one of the 5 tyrants, and now that he had obtained the fighting word, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. Maybe he could stand out from the 5 tyrants. Everyone did not stay here for long, because this space channel was originally a relatively stable channel opened by the treasure house key. Now that the treasure house was closed, this place would become more and more tyrannical, 10 times or even 100 times more violent than before. With the last of the Yi clan's people leaving, this trip to the treasure house finally came to an end. Chapter 1326. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone from the Yi clan who had entered the treasure house 3 years ago returned one after another. It was especially rumored that Yi Qiong had obtained great benefits from the treasure house. As soon as he returned, he immediately entered a state of closed-door training. Soon, the rumor that Yi Qiong had obtained an ancient word also spread. This matter itself was not a secret, not to mention that so many people had seen it. As for the secret contained in this ancient word, no one knew. Even Yi Qiong did not know before he refined it. However, there was someone who also knew the secret, and that was Yi Shiwen. He had already imprinted the word Do into his mind, even though he had used up all of his spirit crystals just to copy the word Do. This word, Do, was indeed related to the word Wu. The 2 words reflected each other in Yi Shiwen's mind. Subsequently, the news of Yi Qiong fighting against 3 people by himself and completely suppressing Ting Tong Tian and the other 2 were also exposed. For a time, the morale of the Yi clan soared. The name of Nan Batian was once again discussed enthusiastically. Among these rumors, some of the rumors about Yi Shiwen were also submerged in many others. Because compared to Yi Qiong's dazzling brilliance, Yi Shiwen was nothing at all. When Yi Shiwen returned to the Yi clan, Yi Junhai and the others had already returned to Loye City. They originally came to participate in the centennial ancestral worship ceremony, so they would not stay here permanently. However, Yi Shiwen still chose to stay at the contact point of the main branch in Loye City, in the courtyard. This time, Yi Shiwen had a great harvest from the treasure house, even more than Yi Qiong. However, he did not have time to rest. As soon as he returned to the small courtyard, he received a message from the law enforcement hall that Yi Jintian wanted to see him. Yi Shiwen did not know why, but since this was the case he would go. Yi Shiwen rushed to the law enforcement city. There was no difference from 3 years ago. However, Yi Shiwen's mentality had undergone a huge change. Back then, Yi Shiwen was just a kid at the 3rd or 4th level of Law Phase Realm. Now he could already kill a half-step Celestial Realm expert. Do not underestimate half-step Sky human stage experts. True Sky human stage experts would rarely personally take action. Most of them would spend their time in cultivation retreat. Thus, the ones truly in charge of the various organizations were half-step Sky human stage experts. They could be considered as the backbone and pillars of the organization. This time, Yi Shiwen didn't see Yi Shui. He heard that Yi Shui was still in closed-door training. It seemed that all the geniuses were either in closed-door training or preparing to do closed-door training. Everything was in preparation for the upcoming imperial court struggle. It would be a grand meeting of all the geniuses of the human race. If one could make a name for himself there, his name would spread throughout the entire human domain, perhaps even throughout the primordial era. Yi Shiwen quickly entered the law enforcement hall and saw Yi Jintian. Yi Shiwen greets Hall Master. Yi Shiwen saluted and said, I heard about your performance in the treasure house. Good, very good. Yi Jintian flipped through a scroll of information on the table. Yi Shiwen glanced at it casually and found that it was all about him. Many of them were about his actions in the treasure house. Yi Shiwen was slightly shocked. He had underestimated the law enforcement hall's intelligence agency. Fortunately, Yi Jintian did not have any malicious intent. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. You are indeed from our law enforcement hall. Yi Jintian said, Did you kill Yi Xing? Yi Jintian asked the most important question. Although Yi Shiwen did not hesitate to kill Yi Xing, there was no doubt that the death of a genius like Yi Xing would definitely attract the attention of many higher-ups. Not to mention, he still had a higher-up father, Yi Qian. Yi Shiwen nodded without hesitation and said, Yes, because he plotted against me at that time, I could only fight back in self-defense. Yi Jintian saw that Yi Shiwen did not hesitate, and his eyes flashed with a bit of admiration. If Yi Shiwen had concealed the truth just now, it would have caused him to be unhappy, and he would have looked down on Yi Shiwen. Although self-defense was necessary, it also depended on the situation. If even he could not believe it, then Yi Shiwen's scheming was too deep. Such a person was a disaster, not a blessing. In that case, I killed him. He actually dared to plot against you. Yi Jintian was not surprised by Yi Xing's death. He actually plotted against Yi Shiwen. If this was not courting death, then what was? But you should know that although I will not pursue this matter, I am afraid that old bastard Yi Qian will not let this go. He cultivated Yi Xing for hundreds of years and finally pulled him out. Just when he was about to become famous in the Yi family, he was killed by you. I am afraid that he is going to riot now. Yi Shiwen's face showed a bit of a bitter smile, but then he said, Then let him come. Good, well said. How can the people of our law enforcement hall be afraid of that old bastard? Yi Jintian laughed and said, However, that old bastard has always been unruly. If he disregards his status and secretly attacks you, then it will be terrible. Thinking of this, Yi Jintian pondered for a moment and said, Yi Shiwen, are you willing to worship me as your master? Yi Shiwen was shocked. Worshipping Yi Jintian as a master was a completely different concept from before. In this world, a master for a day was a father for a lifetime. Similarly, once he was accepted as a disciple by Yi Jintian, then his status in the law enforcement hall would also rise. It was a big deal, just like Yi Shukong becoming the master of the family. When Yi Shiwen was in the true martial school, he became the disciple of the Tibetan Star Sun. Later on, the Tibetan Star Sun helped him many times. For Yi Shiwen, the Tibetan Star Sun did not hesitate to fall out with the other big shots. The meaning of this was naturally different. However, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate for long. He immediately kowtowed and said, "Disciple greets master." In this world, there is no such thing as worshipping only one master for life. As the saying goes, those who reach first. Even if the Tibetan Star Sun was here, he would also agree to worship Yi Jintian as a master. Good, good, good. Yi Jintian laughed heartily and said, he looked at Yi Shiwen with eyes full of love and affection. Previously, Yi Shiwen was just a subordinate of his law enforcement hall, but now he was his disciple. Naturally, things were different. In this world, there was a saying that a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Similarly, disciples were almost equivalent to children. Especially in this world, many warriors were too powerful, so they didn't marry in their entire life. Or they didn't marry at all. Disciples were equivalent to their descendants. Now you are my disciple. If anyone dares to touch you, I will help you block those old guys. If they dare to touch you, I will fight my way to their door and turn them upside down. Yi Jintian said heroically. This heroism also infected Yi Shiwen. With such a master protecting him, many things would be much easier to handle. However, you have to deal with those boys of the younger generation by yourself. These are also part of your training. If you can't even deal with these people, then you will disappoint me too much. Yi Jintian said, that's natural. Master has already helped me block those older generation experts. If I can't even deal with these remaining people, then I will have no face to see anyone. Yi Shiwen said in a powerful voice. Good, well said. However, your cultivation time is still too short. You may be considered top-notch when compared to Yi Shui and the others. However, you are still lacking when compared to those 5 boys of the 5 tyrants. Yi Jintian was the law enforcement hall's hallmaster. His vision was naturally very high. Ordinary people simply couldn't enter his eyes. Only the top existences like the 5 tyrants could make him pay attention to them. He was not muddle-headed. Yi Shiwen's cultivation time was still too short. In the future, he might soar to the sky. Perhaps he might even be able to defeat the God's child. However, at present, he was still a young eagle and needed to be protected. In the future, he would soar to the sky. Yi Shiwen was not surprised because his goal was also to reach the level of the 5 tyrants. Since you are already my disciple, then I will personally guide you in your cultivation from now on. Yi Jintian said, I have also seen your information. Since you have returned to the Yi family, your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. This is admittedly very powerful, but at the same time, it has left behind many hidden dangers. Yi Shiwen was about to say that it was impossible, but he saw Yi Jintian say, I know what you want to say. Your foundation is very solid. It is indeed the best I have seen in my life. However, you must understand that the path of martial arts cultivation is absolutely not limited to the practice of martial arts. Let me ask you, what is the essence of martial arts? The essence of martial arts is to go against the heavens' will and change one's fate. Yi Shiwen said. Yi Shiwen blurted out almost without any hesitation. For many people, they absolutely wouldn't say such words. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He had been accompanied by Yi Mo since a long time ago. Therefore, his vision was far higher than that of an ordinary warrior. From the very beginning, he stood at a very high starting point to look at martial arts cultivation, and the effect was naturally extraordinary. That's right, the essence of martial arts is not to be brave and ruthless. That's right, the essence of martial arts is not to be brave and ruthless, nor is it some kind of fighting technique created by the ancient ancestors for the sake of survival. In essence, it is to defy the heaven and change one's fate. Our human race is famous for its short lifespan. If we don't practice, then even if we live in a place full of Lingqi, we can only live for a short 100 years. In the end, people are afraid of death, and in order to live longer, they have created all kinds of cultivation methods. Defying the heaven is the essence of cultivation. As for the various martial techniques and moves, they are just derived from this process. Although it can't be said that they are completely irrelevant, but compared to the true essence, they are still insignificant. The true essence is to comprehend the heaven's way, so that one day one can defy the heaven and change one's fate, change everything, and thus achieve the goal of eternal life. Yi Jintian explained to Yi Shiwen.